This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on February 21st, 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 5:30 p.m. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor Casey, no, we do not have any public comments for either closed session item.
The City Attorney, can you announce the closed session items?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, name of case, LLXP Inc. v. City of Hollister et al., San Benito County Superior Court, case number CU 2100119. And item number 2 is consultation of public employment, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title City Manager.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries. Shall we get started? All right, this is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council and successor agency of the Hollister Redevelopment Agency. The meeting is now called to order. It is 6:32. Councilmember Morales, can you please lead us in the pledge?
The United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty.
City Clerk, can you call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to confirm that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister regular meeting of February 21st, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on February 16th, 2023 at 4:50 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
So the public hearing notice published in the paper on February 10th, 2023 titled 1 CUP 2023-01 L plus L LLC has been continued to the March 6, 2023 City Council meeting. So we'll go to our proclamations. City Clerk, are there any public comments for this item?
Mayor, before we do that, I'd like to report, there was nothing to report out from closed session.
Wasn't on here. Okay. So nothing from closed session. Okay, so should we do the first and then, okay. So we're going to do a proclamation recognizing San Benito County League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, Council 2890 for its past service to the community. So do we have a representative here? Richard, you want to come? So let's read this. So whereas the San Benito County LULAC Council 2890 was established in 1987 to represent a voice for the Latino community, And whereas the San Benito County LULAC Council 2890 serves as a vital resource to the community and many other nonprofit organizations. And whereas 364 collegiate members and 1,297 youth members have participated in LULAC. And whereas for many years, the San Benito County LULAC Council 2890 has awarded over $183,000 in scholarship grants to local students. Whereas the San Benito County LULAC Council 2890 has fought on behalf of and supported the farm worker community. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of the City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby thank San Benito County LULAC Council 2890 for their many years of service to the community and its residents. In witness whereof, I have here set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the City of Hollister on this 21st day of February, 2023.
Thank you, Mary Casey. I prepared a couple of comments. Bear with me. Good evening, City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Richard Bettis Sr., immediate past president of San Benito County LULAC 2890. For the past 4 years, it's been my distinguished pleasure to be a part of Council 2890, working with many wonderful individuals here in our community. The true essence of charity has made this a very rewarding portion of my life. Together, along with my board, founding members, Mickey and Vince Luna, we've continually planned, executed, and maintained many amazing programs, a lot of which this proclamation does not list. While this proclamation does acknowledge the past 35 years, it fails to mention many volunteers, families, and children who've made Council 2890 a successful part of San Benito County nonprofits, a staple and an example of what dedication, humanity, and activism can accomplish. Working to eradicate systematic poverty, inequality, and cruelty with compassion, teaching our children that we are not separate in the cause for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Rather, we are united as a people, wanting to live long, healthy, and productive lives under fair and equal protection for all. For my own existence, I will always choose those characteristics which strengthen my soul, to honor those who came before me by being a person of integrity, honesty, and empathy, granting only collaboration with those who believe in the same characteristics. I personally know that SBC LULAC 2890 embodies those attributes and has for many years. Choosing to leave jealousy and disdain to the poor, unfortunate few who will never understand the power of positivity or charity. The love and respect from those whom we serve and partner with will never be overshadowed by detractors bent on anger rather than unity. The best of Council 2890 will always stand, all for one and one for all. I would like to personally thank the council members who voted to pass this proclamation and grant this honorable recognition. Politics should be pushed aside when recognizing our shared humanity, those who give it charitably. Thank you to the Community Foundation, CEO Gary Byrne, My Father's House CEO Linda Lampe, County Office of Education Board, Superintendent Crystal Lamonto, Hollister School District, Gavilan College Board members Rachel Pettis and Jeannie Wallace, and new President Pedro Avila, San Benito High School Principal Adrian Ramirez, and Superintendent Sean Tannenbaum. It's partners like this that allow our council to thrive and continually address many areas of concern in health, education, hunger, homelessness, equity, veteran, elder, and youth care, and mental well-being for all. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to my Vice President, Shirley Trevino, for a few words. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank the members on the City Council who voted to acknowledge us for the great work that LULAC 2890 has done for the last 35 years. Within those 35 years, Local Council 2890 has served this community with the utmost commitment, transparency, passion, and dedication. None of us are paid. We are all volunteers. We do not have a staff, and everybody who joins to support us in our programs gives of their time and energy and volunteers with that time. Our work has consisted of establishing programs and services for families, youth, children, and farm workers. We have never lost sight of that mission. We have been advocates for our community in the areas of education, housing, job training, equitable health and medical services, and positive police community relations. Our accomplishments are many. Council 2890 is most proud that we service our youth. We have a Latina Leads program that helps middle school children. Our Adelante program helps high school children and others to promote themselves and support them in the guidance and mentoring. And lastly, we have a farm worker program. When COVID first started, these farm workers in our community were often forgotten. They were putting food on our tables while working long hours in extreme heat with little pay and facing high rates of COVID due to crowding living conditions. Council 2890 did not forget them. We immediately established the Farm Worker Task Force that provided food, essential emergency supplies, hoodies, phones, work boots, and much more. We advocated that they be tested for COVID and provided incentives to get tested. We ensure and advocate that farm workers and our community members have equitable access to resources that improve their well-being and reduce disparities. We thank you for this honor, for this proclamation. We will not let anyone distract from our mission. San Benito County residents, children, and community will always remain the singular focus of our council, especially to achieve equitable services for our community. We have a record of success, and our community and members know that, and we will continue to carry out our mission and vision. And you are part of that by giving us this proclamation. We have many partners in this community, and we want to thank them for their support, for their donations, for their time and energy. And thank you for this wonderful, wonderful resolution.
Madam Chair and members of the City Council, I'm Mickey Solorio Luna. At one time, I sat there, and I know what it's like. So I just want to say that the resolution that was presented tonight does not adequately reflect the impact of LULAC's 35 years and the achievements, the accomplishments, our young people that we have actually guided with their educational goals. Today, those young people are in corporate America. You can list the corporations, and you know what? These are Hollister kids in top management. And why? They haven't forgotten, because every time San Benito LULAC hits the news, they call, because they're still part of San Benito County LULAC. So what I want to say here tonight is I want to say something different than what has been said. You know, it really comes as a surprise that at times people refuse to recognize a Latino organization. 1987 was the year that, you know what, some of us stepped forward and brought LULAC in. When the local newspaper wrote, why do we need a national organization in San Benito County or in Hollister? And my response to that was because you are not servicing the Latino community, and we're here to help. We're here to work with you as long as you want to work with us. These are Latinos. It's a real embarrassment when Latinos turn on Latinos and believe that, you know what, LULAC should not be acknowledged for 35 years of existence. That is a real blow. And not only that to us, but to people that know San Benito throughout the state and the nation. San Benito LULAC has been named National Council of the Year twice. National. You know, and we weren't there to compete. We were there to show that, you know what, this is our community and this is what we work for. We are grassroots. We are not actually dealing with national LULAC, state. We care about San Benito County, Hollister, California, and Tres Pinos, Paisines, and San Juan Bautista. That's what we're about. So, you know what, it does bother me. It does bother me. And Mayor, I had a conversation with you today, and I'm willing to have another one, because you know what, I may be the founder and the person that brought LULAC in, and I'm the one that got hit in the face many times, but you know what, I walked away and we kept going. We're still here. You can hit us in the face anytime you want, but we're not going away. And you know what, we are not here alone. We brought the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. MACE, the Mexican American Committee on Education, was already here. We partnered. We partnered up with everybody that we could, and we continue to do that. So anytime that you think that LULAC is not worthwhile recognizing in a resolution that really tells the story about this Latino organization, think again. Think again, because after all, someday you're going to need us. And you know what? We intend to be here. We're not going away. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members.
City Clerk, are there any public comments on this item?
No, there are not. Thank you.
All right, moving on to consent. Would any members of the council or members of the public like to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Mayor Casey, if I may. Item A1.
Okay. Any others? All right. So may I have a motion then to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of item A1?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Now let's go to item A1.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of corrections in the comments. City Clerk, if you would please go to page 19, line 10, or actually, I'm sorry, line 12 from the top down. And if you please remove the repeat of the word improprieties after the word Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And then page 20, line 6, please remove the word police after 12. Those would be my requests.
Councilmember Burns, yes, I can correct those typos
Thank
without
you.
bringing it back to council. Thank you.
So is there a motion to approve the item with the changes suggested?
If there are no other changes, Mayor, I'd make that motion. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. So we'll move on to the Hollister Successor Agency. May we have the staff report?
Yes, I can go ahead and provide just a quick update on that. So this is an annual item that we bring forward each year, and it's in regards to approving a recognized obligation payment schedule. The successor agency is required to prepare one of these each year. It is outlining the budget for the administrative portion of that, which is $250,000. Upon approval of the city council, the staff will then take that and submit it to the Department of Finance at the state level to be filed and placed on file with them.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions from council?
If I may, we also submit to the auditor controller at the county as well.
Okay. And do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Is there any further discussion or are we good? No? All right, is there a motion to approve them? Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. So this is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items that are not on the agenda. So city clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, the first public comment is from Bill Mufsud. Sorry if I mispronounced the name. It's hard to.
Yeah, it's a hard act to follow. Congratulations from Bill's Bullpen, who's also celebrating 35 years, but LULAC, what a great organization. So very, very, very proud to step next after Mickey, 35 years. Congratulations on behalf of Bill's Bullpen. Kind of ironic. Last time I spoke here at this meeting, City Council was back in April of 2022. You guys were approving a $250,000 archway sign that got approved. I think one city clerk, city member, or city employee tried to stop you from putting up that day, but it went up, it got approved, installed, everything great. We had 150 gala downtown, nice gala for everybody downtown. I think there's about 30 city trucks that had new decals put on their trucks as well. And there was even a 150th anniversary Frisbee Frisbee golf disc tournament sponsored by the city as well. I came to that meeting just saying, hi, I like to get 4 strands of lights for my trees. Mr. Miller gave me a green light with nothing but the train going down the track saying, hi, can we get 4 lights? I don't want to waste your time for 3 minutes, but my dad always told me that when you hear something and people give you the go ahead and it doesn't happen, you got to keep greasing the wheel. So I'm here sorry to waste your 3 minutes on it, but we haven't got anything done. We did get our trees trimmed after 7 years. The graffiti was cleaned up around our business after 3 months it took to get that done. But we're still not in cahoots with the lights. And Mr. Miller's not here to speak. Unfortunately, he gave me at recess the green light saying we're going to have them. We got the money. They'll be put up. And I'm here to say that the side streets again are just we're treated differently than downtown. Downtown has the parklets. Some of the side streets have parklets, but we don't have any disco lights above our trees and above the city. And we got a new archway sign, which is great. Don't get me wrong. Beautiful. I'm not doubting, but I'm just saying we were told by the city manager, we get some lights for this, for the downtown businesses on the side streets, for those that are, we're just not either respected or we're just forgotten. But I'm here to remind you again about that. And then also, Mr. Perez, we also got a letter today in the mail about our A-frame sign. So our A-frame sign after 32 years has been deemed not in proclamation with city code, but 12 years ago when Mike Chambliss was running city council, the chamber, the code enforcement, excuse me, they came and did the whole area assessment and deemed our A-frame to be within the legal limits of what they're asking for. Weather resistant sign, standing up to wind, rust proof, not something that's makeshift. So again, after 35 years of business, they're finding things for us that make us, quite not exactly excited about doing business downtown. But hopefully we get the lights. Hopefully they don't bother us about our A-frame sign. I know code enforcement is doing their job. They may have had somebody who was bothered by the sign. I don't know what that is, but after 32 years, I figured that sign was good as gold, but it's not. And again, see what you can do about those lights. I'm sorry to waste your 3 minutes on it, but a year ago we were told it was happening. It was all good. Everybody tells me we're ready to go, and yet nothing's being done. But you have bigger and pressing issues, but I want to make sure that I came and used my 3 minutes and told Mr. Miller, who's not here, that so far he's not a man of his word. Thank you.
The next public comment is from Robin Pollard.
Good evening, council and mayor, and I thank you for having the opportunity for us to bring issues to you. Tonight, my passion is Park Hill, and I'm always up there doing stuff. So tonight I wanted to ask you about last week, the approval on the grass, which is great. I guess you passed it and new grass is coming. But I wanted to remind you that last April, you were going to redo the barbecue and put in ADA parking and landscaping, and that was in April. And in May, you suggested having a planning meeting on what to do up there. I will again ask that the city land up there becomes parkland. Increasing our acreage per 1,000 people would be great. And my last thing that I want to bring up about Park Hill, and I'm hesitant to do this, or I have been hesitant to do this because I have compassion. But there is Joe, you may know him. I believe the police know him. Joe lives up on Park Hill and has for between 6 and 8 years. I didn't document when he first moved there, but he lived in the bowl for a long time. The city has, I can count 6 times that the city has moved him out of either the bowl or other places on Park Hill that he has moved to. And he builds structures. He tore down a travel trailer and parted it for scrap in the bowl. He's been moved. Right now he's living on the access road. If you go down the access road, you can see his camp there. I prefer to call him urban camper because he has been given housing in the past and he preferred not to have to live in a walled community. So he goes back to the park and he lives up there. He's a thief. They have videos of him stealing from the Vets Memorial Building when he was doing his public service over there. He takes plants from the garden. He takes hose. He'll help himself to whatever he finds. And lastly, I think perhaps you've all seen the planting that's gone on First and San Benito in front of the Rigetti's, all the dead plants out there. That's Joe's work. He digs things up from the garden and the hill and he puts them, basically it's not cement, but it's hard pack walkway, and he has it all planted up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Stephanie Marshall. The next public speaker is Romero Marshall.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Good evening. My name is Romero Marshall. I am an owner of Marshall Van Conversions located at 396 4th Street, Suite D on Monterey Street side of across from the courthouse. I have worked and operated a business out of this location since 2006. I'm here to voice some public safety concerns as well as some of the negative impacts allowing a parklet will have on my business. Over the past 17 years of being in business on Monterey Street, in particular the last 4 years, I have seen my fair share of traffic collisions, near misses, and pedestrians caused by those who are speeding, taking sharp turns, and at the intersection of 4th and Monterey, 3rd Street in Monterey, and also the outlet of Fremont Way, which is adjacent to my business. Heavy congested traffic on those roads have also been observed. Amazon vans, diesel trucks, delivery vehicles, high school buses, everyday cars and trucks all use the 300 block of Monterey Street as a shortcut to and from the 156 business loop in order to bypass the main downtown intersection of 4th and San Benito Street. I have also witnessed people parking on the Monterey Street side of the courthouse attempting to back out of their parking space only to get hit by a speeding vehicle or by a driver not paying attention, or by a driver coming off of 4th Street and making an illegal U-turn in order to park at a vacant parking spot at the courthouse while other drivers are swerving around them into oncoming traffic. These public safety issues I mentioned by allowing a parklet to be built will have a negative impact on how I can conduct my business going forward. With the 300 block of Monterey Street being narrower on our side, redesigning the street layout to have diagonal parking would not only make parking worse, but it would also cause more accidents due to the reduced road visibility from Fremont Way by longer than average vehicles such as vans. The current design allows drivers to back out across the street from the courthouse without obstruction and full visibility. Having diagonal parking also means that ADA parking spaces will need to be created. And that means more loss of parking out in front of my building and other businesses' buildings. Another business next door to me uses longer than average company vehicles that would not benefit from diagonal parking. In particular, my business that builds custom Mercedes Sprinter vans with the longest being 24 or 26 feet. That means my company van or a customer van would be sticking out into the street approximately 4 feet or better. I cannot take, sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, the next speaker is Carla Torres.
Good evening. My name is Carla Torres de Luna. I'm here to speak about the proclamation that you all did for LULAC. So I wanted to thank you, specifically Council Members Perez, Councilmember Resendez, and Councilmember Burns. It's important that you acknowledge the 35 years that LULAC has done. They talked about the number of students that they've helped. I am one of those students that came back and is still a part of LULAC. You know, I'm just one of them, but I thought it was important that you see a face of the work that we've done, they've done, right, before for many years. And so it's important because there isn't a lot of youth services in Hollister, as you know. And even back then, I won't tell you what year I graduated, but way back, there was absolutely nothing, right? Now there's a little more. So I hope that not only in honoring LULAC and the work that they did, but that you all also think about more services for young people, more services for the people here in Hollister. We're growing. There's a lot of issues, as you know. And so it's important that we continue the work and the collaboration. And I do want to also acknowledge Bill's Bullpen and all the work that they've done in 35 years and that is a business that is here for the community and for young people. And I hope you all take care of him too. And that's what we need to do. This is Hollister. We know each other. We need to take care of each other. So I just thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is going to be Stephanie Marshall.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Marshall. I am the wife of Romero Marshall. I'm co-own Marshall Van Conversions. I would just like to finish off what my husband was saying. We cannot take the risk of having one of our customers park their van diagonally and risk $100,000 plus van that we build be clipped by a speedy or distracted driver. Redesigning the road to accommodate a parklet would also make it impossible for my business and my neighbor to receive large freight and require forklifts to unload the freight. It would require the diesel truck to park and block both directions of the road while the freight is being unloaded. A parklet would be a burden to my business. I would also like to say and to address some comments that some of the council people made that I watched on the video yesterday on YouTube. We too work very hard to remain where we are. We've been there for 17 years in that building, and we worked hard, and we have grit and determination. And that is the reason why we've been there and we've built what we've built. So I kind of take offense when I hear the exuberation that some of you are passing to businesses without even asking how we are doing or even inquiring how this parklet would affect us in this way, because it's obviously going to affect us in a very negative way. We have worked really hard and been very, very careful about this increase of traffic, about the traffic collisions that are occurring, that continue to occur. They've had a four-way stop be put in on 4th and Monterey, and it doesn't seem to deter any of the collisions. They still keep happening. So my bottom line is that this is going to negatively impact our business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Susan Logue.
Hi, Mayor, City Council Member Susan Logue, Hollister resident, also president of the Friends of the Library, and I collaborate with LULAC. So thank you, LULAC. Great group there. I just wanted to kind of share that the Friends of the Library and the Coalition have been working on helping Nora with the expansion. She got a $10 million grant for the library expansion. And thank you. And the Board of Supervisors or the county's putting in $5 million. So that'll be $15 million for that library to be renovated. And then the Friends are interested in raising money for the interior of the library that will be eventually needed. The grant doesn't cover any of the furnishings. They call it FFE, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment. Yeah. So we're kind of working on that. I did want to bring up the ad hoc committee. We're working with the Board of Supervisors committee. That's ad hoc or another name for it. Different groups have different names. So I was hoping that at some point the city council's library ad hoc committee would be meeting. We might be hearing from them. So that was my reason for coming today, was we'd like to share some information with you so you can share it with your city council, and then maybe we can share it with the rest of the community too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments for this section of the agenda.
Okay, city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll follow up on the lights over on the side streets. I know that's a discussion that I have heard talked about, and we'll follow up with Mr. Mifsud on that and staff. I know staff was working on an RFP, but I will circle back on that. Additionally, comments in regarding Park Hill. We are in the process of issuing an RFP for a master plan for Park Hill. We had to go through and do some topo surveys for that and have received everything back. There was also direction given to research the cost of a dog park there as well. So all of that is being looked at as part of the Park Hill master plan. And that's the end of my report.
Any training conferences from staff, any reports?
None to report.
Okay, so moving on to the public hearing on ordinance number 1229. An ordinance of the city council of the city of Hollister amending the zoning ordinance to repeal section 17.22.040 accessory dwelling units and replace with a new chapter 17.32 accessory dwelling units. Before we start the staff report, I'm just going to say I'm going to recuse myself because I am actually building an ADU and don't think I should take part in the discussion. So I think our vice mayor is going to take over from here.
Good evening. To give you a little bit of background on how we got to where we are at tonight. On August 4th, the Planning Commission discussed necessary modifications to the existing ADU ordinance that the city has. This discussion is part of the city's overall plan for overhauling the zoning ordinance. This comprises phase 1, which is the things that we need to do to the zoning ordinance to make certain sections compliant with state law. So following that meeting, after we staff discussed with the Planning Commission the necessary changes we are going to have to make, the governor signed numerous bills and 2 of those bills further changed how we could regulate accessory dwelling units. We had already drafted an ordinance. We had to then go back and redraft an ordinance and then discuss with the city attorney to make sure we complied with state law. So once we did all that work, we then went back to the Planning Commission on January 26, 2023. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft ordinance and they adopted a resolution recommending that the city council then approve the proposed modifications to the zoning ordinance. And during that meeting, the Planning Commission did not request any changes be made to the ordinance. So since the existing section of the zoning ordinance was adopted in 2019, there have been numerous bills which change how a city can process accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. These changes do not comply with our existing ordinance, so the changes are incorporated into the draft language. But some of these ordinance require that, or some of the changes require that we act on the application within 60 days. It requires a ministerial review. It's no longer discretionary. The changes in state law established impact fee exemptions and limitations that the city can apply for that. If a city chose to deny an ADU, the city has to provide the applicant with a full and complete list of everything that they would need to do in order to receive approval. The city cannot deny an application for an accessory dwelling unit if there are non-conforming zoning conditions on the site, building code violations or unpermitted structures. So we can no longer take that into consideration. Those are how we can regulate it. Now there are also limitations on how we can regulate the occupancy, the design, and the size of accessory dwelling units. So a homeowner can rent the accessory dwelling unit or the junior accessory dwelling unit, even if the city previously prohibited that rental. It is now allowed under certain changes in state law. There is a prohibition on requirements for minimum lot size. There are owner occupancy requirements that are suspended for a period from 2020 to 2025. That's in the code. Those owner occupancy requirements are now restated in that sort of way in the draft ordinance. It prohibits a city from establishing a maximum size of an ADU, which is less than 850 square feet. So we have to allow for accessory dwelling units of that size. And we cannot, and if it's 1,000 square feet, we have to allow for one or more bedrooms. When the ADU is created through a garage conversion, the city can no longer require replacement parking, and the definition has been modified. So the accessory structure definition has been modified to read a structure that is accessory or incidental to a dwelling unit on the same lot. There's more. We can now allow an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit to be counted towards our regional housing numbers. A junior accessory dwelling unit is to be constructed within the wall of an existing single family dwelling unit. And it eliminates the required inclusion of an existing bedroom or interior entry into the residence. An ADU does not count towards the allowable density on the site. So that's a clarification from earlier requirements. Parking requirements for an ADU may not exceed 1 parking space per unit or bedroom, whichever is less, and may be provided as a tandem space on a driveway now. The maximum height has been modified, and the state requires the city to relax the front yard setback if the setback would preclude an 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit from being constructed on the site. So if for some reason our setbacks precluded that 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit from being constructed, the setback then has to be relaxed by the city to allow up to 800 square feet. The city can no longer limit the number of bedrooms in an ADU. The size does get limited. It specifically allows an ADU to be constructed within the garage. It's a clarification again. It requires an interior door to allow access from the junior accessory dwelling unit into the house if they're sharing bathroom facilities. There's now a definition of what an objective standard is. There wasn't one before. An objective just means there's no discretionary review on it. And an ADU is permitted on a lot where an SB9 lot split has occurred, as long as there's no more than two total dwellings on the site. So if there's a lot split and there's one unit on one property now, they can then build an ADU. Some of the things that I just mentioned, there are 2 options that a city can decide to select if they wanted to. The state requires that we allow an ADU that's 1,000 square feet in size. We could go up to 1,200 square feet if the city council chose to. We discussed that with the planning commission during the previous meeting, and they opted to stick with 1,000 square feet. This state also requires the city to allow a detached accessory dwelling unit on a single family property to be 16 feet in height and 18 feet in height for multifamily. The city can allow for a taller ADUs if they chose to for detached. Again, we discussed that with the planning commission, and they opted to stick with 16 feet in height and 18 feet in height, which is what the state allows at a minimum. So as part of the amended zoning ordinance request tonight, we are asking to repeal the existing section, which is 17.22.040, and replace with the new chapter, and that chapter would be 17.32, accessory dwelling units. The section of the zoning ordinance has been designed with our overall goal of achieving a much more user-friendly zoning ordinance, listing the review process, what are the application requirements. So with that in mind, and similar to what we did with SB9, the SB9 ordinance, we laid it out so we have definitions, so everything we're talking about in that chapter. What are the regulations for accessory dwelling units? attached and detached. What are the regulations for junior accessory dwelling units? What does the permit application look like? And what are the review procedures for how accessory dwelling units are approved? So the way the new chapter lays it out is the maximum number of accessory dwelling units allowed on a property is 1 accessory dwelling unit and 1 junior accessory dwelling unit per single family property. As just previously discussed, the maximum ADU size in the ordinance right now is 1,000 square feet. And we have a minimum unit size of 150 square feet, and that complies with what the state tells us we have to allow so that there can be space for sleeping and an efficiency kitchen. Side and rear yard setbacks of 4 feet. Again, that comes from the state. That's in our ordinance right now. That is what the state tells us we have to allow for setbacks. We have a requirement that detached accessory dwelling units are set back 6 feet from the primary dwelling unit and 3 feet from any uninhabited structures, and that's to meet building and fire code for safety. Lot coverage will be the same as the established lot coverage for the zoning district in which the property is located. For accessory dwelling units, which are located within a historic district or on a historic property, they must be located so that they are not visible from the public right of way or are entirely within the existing residence or within an existing detached structure on the property. So for example, it could be within the garage, it could be within, if they had a detached garage, it could be entirely within that. That again comes out of state law. 1 parking space is required for every accessory dwelling unit with 1 or more bedroom. And if the accessory dwelling unit is a studio apartment, no parking spaces are required. Again, that comes from what the state tells us that we have to allow. Each accessory dwelling unit is required to have its own entrance, and fire sprinklers are only required to serve the accessory dwelling unit if the existing or proposed primary dwelling unit has fire sprinklers. So if the existing house is not sprinklered, then the accessory dwelling unit will not have to install fire sprinklers in their accessory dwelling unit. For junior accessory dwelling units, and these are a smaller option, they must be located within the wall of the existing structure or within the garage. So they can convert their garage to a junior accessory dwelling unit, or they could carve out some sort of space within that existing house if they chose to create a junior accessory dwelling unit. To allow for ingress or egress into this junior accessory dwelling unit, they are allowed to add up to 150 square feet to the residence. And again, this comes from the state. That is a requirement that we have to allow in order to allow for ingress and egress. You are only allowed 1 per property, and the maximum size is 500 square feet. Off-street parking is not required. A separate entrance is required, and they are required to include an efficiency kitchen so that the tenant or whoever is living in the junior accessory dwelling has a place for cooking. In this case, the property owner is required to occupy either the primary dwelling unit or the junior accessory dwelling unit. They get to select which one they would like to reside in, but they are required to reside in one. As part of the approval of an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit, a deed restriction is required, and one is required right now. And the deed restriction will require that will not allow for non-residential units in either of those accessory dwelling units, will prohibit short-term rentals, so that's anything less than 30 days, and requires that the accessory dwelling unit may not be sold separately from the primary dwelling unit, and then restricts the size of the junior accessory dwelling unit. Staff is aware that there are some non-permitted accessory dwelling units in the city. In the past, because fees were so high for accessory dwelling units, some property owners obtained a garage conversion space and they converted their garage with a permit, and then later on changed them to an accessory dwelling unit. We do see them sometimes where people come and request to legalize them, or they are asking for additional accessory dwelling units on their property. And so moving forward, staff will review any request for an accessory dwelling unit to see if there's any other unpermitted accessory dwelling units on the site. Have they had any approvals for garage conversions? And if they have, staff will then limit what they're allowed to put on their property. For example, if they converted a garage, we'll count that as a junior accessory dwelling unit, and then they can have one more accessory dwelling unit. Rather than saying, okay, well, now you have this garage, you can have another junior accessory dwelling unit and an accessory dwelling unit. We're trying to prohibit that from happening to really meet what the intent of the code is in the state law, which is to allow accessory dwelling unit and a junior accessory dwelling unit. And then for any property owner who wants to legalize their ADU or junior accessory dwelling unit, we're always happy to work with them and help them move through the process if they would like to do so. So in conclusion, many bills have been passed since the city last updated this section of the zoning ordinance in 2019. The regulations from the state really preclude how a city can regulate, approve, and limit accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in the city. And the new chapter was written so that it's consistent with the state law, and staff worked on this one with the city attorney to ensure that it does in fact comply with state law. And the layout of the new chapter is designed to meet the city's goal of modifying the zoning ordinance so that it is more user-friendly and clearly establishes the requirements for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. The city council does have some options tonight. You could adopt an ordinance approving the accessory dwelling unit chapter as included in your staff report. You could deny the ordinance repealing the draft chapter, or you could direct staff to provide additional information or clarification if you chose to do so. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for that report. Any questions from council? Mr. Burns?
Thank you. First of all, thanks for the presentation. If that simplifies it, wow. Yeah, I understand why you're surrounded by attorneys. So, first of all, in the staff report, thank you for the state pamphlet as, I don't know, it's 30, 40 or 50 pages in length. That was very helpful and it was a good read. Is that on the community development website somewhere, or is that on the city website? If not, I think it would be very helpful.
So it is not on the city's website. It's available through the state of California.
So, but we could put a
We
link
could
on
provide
or
a link to
something.
that.
Yeah, I
That'd be
think
good,
that'd be
yeah.
very helpful because it's actually written in language that is reader friendly, I would say. And so it's, if you're considering it, I'd say it's absolutely worth the read. Do have a few questions. So, with regard to the options on page 84, there's a list of 7 options. And I'm curious what the rationale was, because if I understood this correctly, these were things that city staff was recommending. And so I know it might be a bit tedious, but if you could read it out and then tell us how we came, or why staff sees these as important, please.
So a city is allowed to include certain provisions as long as they're consistent with state law. So the city can require certain design standards, let's say. They can't be objective. It has to be specifically stated. So one of the standards we included was to not allow more than 50%. So you take the driveway and the allowed apron the allowed side that you're allowed to have on the driveway. And then you can take 50% of that and pave more of your yard if you needed to, but we do not want people to pave their entire yard. So that's why that one's included. It's really to limit hardscape in the front yard. There's no clear requirement. There is a requirement in the zoning ordinance that discusses the width that you're allowed to have, but then it doesn't further state what the prohibition is. It's a little confusing. So we thought this would be more helpful for people if we then said, well, you can have a little bit more if you need some more parking, but we would prefer it if you didn't pave over your entire front yard, just to limit the amount of paving you can see from the street. And then the separate utility connection is allowed. The reason it's been included is we have some property owners who are renting out accessory dwelling units where there is not a separate meter and they're charging the tenant a very large sum of money for water. And that tenant can't say, well, I only used, 50 gallons or whatever it might be, because there's no proof for them. And so we've had a number of complaints from tenants with regards to that. They would like to be charged for their water. For some design standards, we are asking that if the ADU is visible from the street, that it be required to have the same architectural style, detail, color, and building materials. So for example, if I'm building my ADU at the front of my house and it's over my garage now, where maybe the second floor was stepped back, we would like you to paint it the same color as your house. We don't have any standards with regards to that. So a person could potentially say, my house is bright blue and it's wood siding, and I'm adding on a second floor to the left that's stucco and yellow. And we'd like some design consistency for the neighbors. If it's not visible from the street, we're just recommending that they have the same color and material. So if it's in their backyard, they're just going to paint it to match their house, which I'm sure they want to do anyways. We would like mechanical equipment screened from view. So your air conditioner is not, let's say, in the front of your house, it's located to the rear. And then this list again says short-term rentals. So it's anything less than 30 days we would like to prohibit. We don't have a short-term rental prohibition in the city. SB 9 does have the same thing for short-term rentals. That ordinance said no less than 30 days as well.
So do we need a parent or a child ordinance that would address short-term rentals? I've not heard of it being an issue in Hollister, but seems if we're going to travel this path, it would be maybe more appropriate to expand it.
I think that's as part of our entire overhaul, that's probably a question that we'll be asking you. Is it something that you want to prohibit on everyone? The purpose of an SB 9 2-unit development and the purpose of an accessory dwelling unit is to increase affordable housing opportunities within the city. That's why on accessory dwelling units, their fees are much lower. It's to really encourage an affordable opportunity. If you are renting them out for a day or two at a time, it's not really achieving that goal. So that's why in these two cases, we're recommending that the short-term rental not be allowed so that we have these for affordable units. But if it's something that the city council wants to look at as far as for other single family residences or just a discussion, we can for sure include that within the phase 3 part of the overhaul, which is the rest of the zoning ordinance.
Okay. Now you mentioned that the planning commission opted for the 1,000 square feet versus the 1,200 square feet. What was the rationale?
So the planning commission's concern was that with the 4-foot rear and side setback, that having a larger unit would create more of a burden on the surrounding property owners.
Okay. From a code enforcement perspective, did I read somewhere that any code enforcement actions involving currently existing units or those moving through the process would be state any enforcement action up until or through 2025? I thought I read.
I'm not sure about the 2025. I know the state.
I thought it was 5 years originally, but I thought I read 2025.
I'm not sure about that one.
Regardless, I think whatever it is, I think it'd just be very important to communicate that to the code enforcement division to ensure that they're on the same page.
Yeah, so the way this state has changed it is before someone would come in, or not necessarily Hollister, but in any city, a homeowner would come in and say, I would like to build a junior accessory dwelling unit in my garage, and the city would say, oh, you added onto your house and you weren't allowed to do so. And then there would be, we're not going to approve your dwelling unit, or you have to tear down the addition. And so the state has stated that accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units are very important. So we can no longer tell them that, or we can no longer deny because of that non-conforming situation.
Okay. So with regard to JDUs, it says on page 85 that the owner of the property is required to occupy one or the other of the units.
Yes.
Is that required by state or is that the city
That's the
recommending it?
That's the state. So most
Okay.
cities used to require owner occupancy for ADU, JADU, and then the state paused the ADU for 5 years, but the JADU is still the same. Most of the stuff that is in this ordinance comes from the state. It's not really from us. It's the state telling us what we have to allow, what we have to provide for, how we have to review them. There's not, except for those like few things we just discussed a minute ago, there's not much that we can, add or do or allow for.
So with the owner being required to occupy one or the other, is that forever? And I know the state's good at giving us direction, but how do we enforce that? I just can't see some poor lonely code enforcement officer going out there and demanding that information.
It's technically forever unless the state changes their mind, which they have done before. And then if they change their mind and now the state says, well, we're not going to require it anymore, we can't enforce it. But how we would enforce it becomes the issue of when we have to enforce it. That's much more difficult to anticipate and what's the situation, but it is a requirement for junior accessory dwelling units, most likely because the junior accessory dwelling unit needs to access the interior of the property. That's usually where they're either sharing a bathroom. So the state wants the owner to be on site to facilitate maybe someone not locking off the door, making sure they can get to the bathroom, whatever the case may be.
So now you mentioned, and I don't remember the term, but my concern is you build it, you live in it, you rent out half. At some point you sell it, the next owner in buys it, has no clue. There's some way to lock the title in some way or?
So again, and this is what we require now and we'll continue to require it, there's a deed restriction. So when you buy a property and you have all those reports that come in, what are your restrictions? This pops up. This is a requirement. You must occupy one. No, you may not take the junior accessory dwelling unit and run a business out of it. No, you may not short-term rental it. And so they are aware when they are buying the property that those are the requirements because it's a deed restriction filed.
Okay. Final question, page 95, item F, it says where there's a car share vehicle located within 1 block of the ADU. Is that a state thing or is that a Hollister thing?
That's a state thing. It's something we have to allow for. We don't have that in the city right now. We've put in the ordinance in case it does, we at some point comply with it. It's already in there, but that again is a state requirement.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It was very, very educational. So just so we're clear, this is for already existing residential developments.
So you can still have, if you are proposing a development and you want to have accessory dwelling units, you may include that. You may still do that as well.
Okay, and it would include the deed restriction and all of the other.
The deed restriction, the requirements for the accessory dwelling units, all that, then they have to comply with.
Okay, so we hear a lot of impact to the infrastructure. So can you just explain by adding on an ADU, what are we doing to mitigate the impact that it's going to have on our infrastructure?
The state has decided to limit what we can do.
So essentially, we're going to have double the amount of people, possibly triple the amount of people on one residence, and we're not doing anything to mitigate the impacts that it's going to have on our infrastructure.
Yeah.
Is there anything that other cities are doing to help mitigate that?
The state has limited what we can do. They have limited the fees we can charge to a certain square footage of the accessory dwelling unit. They have really told us that we do not have a choice. And even if you didn't adopt this ordinance today, since it's state law, If someone comes in with an accessory dwelling unit, we follow state law.
That's very troublesome to me because that's an issue. I mean, if we think about it, right, the state's always trying to tell us what to do, but we're not all the same and we all have our own unique set of problems. So one of the biggest issues that we face here in the city of Hollister is the negative impacts that we have on our infrastructure. Everybody now knows what the word infrastructure is. Everybody knows because they feel those impacts. So that's pretty troublesome to me. So I wasn't anticipating that was going to be your answer. And I would say, can we not approve this tonight? Can we go back to the drawing board and just really see if there's a way for us to address that issue? It is our number one most pressing issue here for the city. So that would be my position. I don't know if I could support it regardless of what the state says, if we're not really advocating for the needs of our constituents up here.
So Jennifer could probably tell you what would happen if we don't adopt it, but we have to follow the state law. So whether we have the ordinance or not, state law tells us what we have to do and we have to follow it.
So I think I would just clarify that the city can mitigate the impacts to infrastructure. They just can't require the developer to do that for them. And that's in the case of these ADUs and JADUs that are on existing lots or with existing residences. In a brand new development that has new single family and ADUs, you can require infrastructure updates to be done by the developer. So it's not that the city can't mitigate these infrastructure impacts. They just, in most cases, when you're adding just a JADU or just an ADU, you can't require that particular homeowner to do that for you or to pay for it. Does that make sense?
Yes. And I think that does make sense because we're looking at affordable homes. I don't think somebody's going to move from San Jose to live in somebody's garage here. They're coming here to purchase a single family home. I'm in favor of that part, that we are going to have JDUs and ADUs for our existing residents. I would say then, moving forward, or to bring back something that's going to help cover the cost of the newer developments. Is that something we can look at?
So let me share this as well. So ADUs up to 750 square feet are exempt from impact fees. That's state law. Nothing you can do about that. But ADUs that are 750 square feet or larger can be charged impact fees, but only such fees that are proportional in size. And then that handbook that Councilmember Burns referred to, it gives a discussion about what proportional actually is. You as a city can say we're interested in waiving impact fees for, between 750 and 1,000. Like there's things that you can do. You can waive impact fees. You can have the impact fees, but not if it's less than 750 square feet.
So right now, if a newer development is going to be built and they build ADUs more than 750 square feet, they're paying impact fees on those developments. Is it very common that newer developments come in and build them less than 750 feet, or has we come across that before?
Well, it depends. Depends on if you want to pay the fee. Eva can talk to this one.
Yeah, I would say that the most common ADUs that we've seen have been less than 750 square feet. Because one of the things, and Erica kind of talked to it, where is she? Erica kind of talked to it in her report as well, is that we have a lot of people who wanted to build ADUs, but under our previous ordinances before these new state laws, they were having to pay impact fees in the city of Hollister, and they were very high. And so then what we found is that we have a lot of ADUs that weren't built with permits, which means they weren't properly safe. So we have seen a lot of people who are very interested in building ADUs, and they're following the state law guidance. We've seen a few here and there in the last 2 years or so that we've been following the state law that have been greater than 750, and we have been doing a proportional impact fee based on our single family. We'll do a square footage. So if, say, you're building a 1,000 square foot ADU and your house is 2,000 square feet, you'll pay the 50% impact fee. So that's how we currently calculate it, and we can continue to do that. But for the ones less than 750, as the city attorney mentioned, we can't charge impact fees, and we have not been.
One thing I can imagine us doing is to require a newer development to have a ADU that is greater than 750 square feet. Right? And we can put that in our general plan, or we can adopt that as policy. Then they would have to pay impact fees without skirting around the state law.
We have to look at that because it is very specific about what, you know, what you can and can't require and in terms of including square feet. So I think we have to.
Okay, well, that concerns me. I'll be honest with you. And I feel like, yeah, we're probably getting into the weeds about that issue a little bit, but I would really, really like to have some answers, and I'd really like to have, I'd really like to have some answers even before I commit to voting for this. Maybe that might be the best way. Because that's pretty concerning. The other thing would be, what are we doing to educate our community? Because I know that in certain districts, certain disadvantaged communities, they have a tendency to have more converted garages as JDUs, and they're not up to code, and they're not even like, we don't know about them. So I would encourage us to do some type of education, some type of mass education to let them know that we're doing this, because I think a lot of times the public doesn't hear about these things, especially in the disadvantaged communities here in our city. And then I would say, if and when they do come forward and it's not up to code, then what do we do in that instance?
So I'll take the first one first. I guess that's fine. I was going to take the second one first, but I can take the first one first. So on education, staff is super supportive of doing educational outreach and promoting our ADU programs. We're also looking into how we can have more ADU programs and help people build ADUs on their properties. It's clearly something that the state has identified as an ideal source of making kind of affordable by design housing and encouraging small increases in density in established neighborhoods. So we're also, as you guys might be aware, doing an SB2 ordinance, or not an SB2 ordinance, but we received grant funding, and part of that is for the city to do pre-designed ADUs so that we can help reduce that cost. So if the city has plans for architectural plans that are ours and we own them, that eliminates one cost that a person trying to build an ADU on their property would have to do. They don't have to hire an architect. And then we're also trying to update, not just for ADUs, but for all of our applications and things like that, updating our website and updating our forms and just having more informational handouts. So those are things that we're working on actively, and having an ordinance that's a little clearer. And then, as Erica mentioned as well, we already are seeing, sometimes we see them as code enforcement cases, or sometimes we see them as property owners coming through and saying, hey, I would really like to make my ordinance or make my ADU that I built, or I already did a garage conversion. I'd like to add an efficiency kitchen and make it a real ADU unit. And so we are seeing those, and we're helping them through the process, just the same as with a new application, but we're helping those people through the process.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to overwhelm you or the staff by advertising this and then bringing in so many that you can't keep up with. But I do think it's important. And I do think that when we advertise it, we make it accessible in a number of different ways. And that, like Councilmember Burns pointed out, this is complicated. It's complex. We need to, like, hey, do you have a room that you would like to bring up to code? We're here to help you. Like, simple language that everybody can understand, because I think we do need to know what's going on in our city, and we do need to help these people get more affordable housing. I do see the benefits of this, but at this time, I'm very concerned about it kind of falling off and where this could lead 20, 25, 30 years from the future from now. You know, and I'm not one to sit here and to do the state's bidding without asking some questions and raising some flags. And that part to me is pretty much a red flag. So I don't feel comfortable approving it tonight, but it doesn't mean that I won't be in the future. I think I need some more answers. We probably have to look at that from a different lens. Okay.
Thank you. So do you find most of these ADUs or ADUs going up are mother-in-law type situations, or the business endeavors?
I'll be honest, I don't really know that information. I know we've had a few proposers on multifamily sites where the multifamily is kind of an existing duplex and they want to do an ADU on those. But for the most part, we're just seeing your kind of average homeowner kind of throughout the city. We see them in, we see them on the west side over on like Central, and we see them in the Old Town and people who want to convert their existing detached garages that are alley facing. And we also see them, in Clearview and in Sunny Slope Villages in the larger areas. So we're seeing them all over the city. We're seeing a lot of different types. We're seeing detached, kind of larger ones, or we're also seeing smaller ones. We're seeing garage conversions. We've seen a few junior accessory dwelling units, but because those have a little bit more restriction, they're less common. We've seen some where they're proposing both. So we really have seen a diverse kind of range across all of the spectrum of what's permitted by the state law.
I think it's also really nice that you guys have some plans that people can just use.
Not quite yet, but we have grant
will.
funding to do that, and we're working on releasing that RFP soon.
That's just good things that I like to hear, because it's like, I don't know, I'd see a lot of the ADUs that are being used are usually for, at least in my neighborhood, are for the parents, and how many people can be in an ADU in 1,000 feet or 800?
I think that occupancy is legally limited by a building code restriction, and that's more by bedroom, but we are seeing, in the 750 or less range, we are seeing up to 2-bedroom units being proposed in those. 1 to 2 bedroom is typically what we see proposed, and usually in the like 500 to 749 square foot range is our most common applications that we see.
Thank you, and thank you all the staff for your hard work.
I just wanted to address one thing. There was a question on who's living in these ADUs. In the community that I just came from, what we really saw, a lot of people that are aging in place are choosing to build the ADUs. They're smaller units. They don't need these large houses anymore. And in order to make their mortgage or, their unfixed incomes, they'll move into the smaller units and rent out their larger properties. So that's frequently what we're seeing. We'll probably see more of that around Hollister.
Great. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Do we know how many JDUs, ADUs, garage conversions we currently have, or how many are in the pipeline?
Get that information.
I'll give you as much time as you need. So, and you can just tell me offline, that's fine. And then my final question is, what are we doing? I understand that if it's constructed and the home has sprinklers, that they will be required to sprinkle them as well. What fire precautions are in place for those that don't have sprinklers? Are smoke detectors required?
Smoke detectors are required. The sprinkler rule comes from, again, a lot of cities, even though the existing dwelling unit wasn't sprinklered, they required the accessory dwelling unit to be sprinklered. That became cost prohibited for a lot of people, became very difficult to do so. And so the state decided that sprinklers are only required if they're on the existing residence. So again, existing residence is sprinklered, the ADU has to be sprinklered. If it's a brand new construction, so for a brand new residential development and they want to have ADUs, both obviously are going to have to be sprinklered.
Firewalls as well?
Yes,
Okay.
they have to comply. No matter what, you still have to comply with the fire code and the building code. So you are still required to comply with all those construction requirements that are in the code now.
Energy code?
We're assuming so, but we're not 100% sure.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to get too, I'm way into the weeds. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Some questions on, I think that was mine. My understanding with the ADUs and JDUs was that extended family, elderly, family, not appropriate, would live. So that was my understanding. Can we define short term? So if they have family members that are visiting that are elderly, if they're not there for 30 days,
So
that's short term.
if you were to build an accessory dwelling unit and your mom, dad, whoever, aunt, uncle was staying with you for a while, that's not short-term rental. The rental comes into play when you are charging someone let's say a daily rate.
And on the non-visible building, my understanding is with some of the homes, the material is going to be really difficult to obtain, like some of the roofs. So do you have language to accommodate that?
So that's the standard, and Eva can speak to it. If someone came to us and said, for whatever reason, we can't accommodate that, we will work with them, especially if it's not going to be seen. It's not that big of an issue. It is in there because we would like some consistency. The main area where we're concerned with is, remember that state law says that if it precludes it, we have to allow it in the front yard, or they might build on the second floor, or they might add on to the front of their house. And we would like that to be consistent with the existing house so that it's not, so that it's architecturally compatible and it's not, let's say, something that looks out of place in the neighborhood. It looks like it's still an existing house and it's not really changing the street.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about the fees for over 750? I know that there's language in the state guidebook, but what is the recommendation? Do you have a set? Are you recommending anything?
We're not recommending a change to the fees. So the fees that we have today, that they would remain for the impact fees.
Can you just say what they are?
I believe the single family impact fee is like 60 something thousand. So the ADU, if it's over 750 square feet, it would pay a proportionate fee to the size of the existing single family. So it could be relatively significant, or if they have a very large house or property, then it would be a lesser proportion. But that's how we do the calculations currently.
So we're going from under 750 to 751, a portion of $60,000.
That's probably also why we're seeing a lot of 750 or less currently.
Is there a way to look at the fee structure that would be a little bit more?
Yeah, there definitely is. If the council wanted to make a recommendation specifically about ADUs, they certainly could. However, I know that the city in general is looking at potentially redoing our impact fees. A lot of cities and jurisdictions do impact fees based on square footage, whereas we do not. We currently do it. Single family is a flat fee, which is that 60 something thousand dollars that I just stated. And then for multifamily developments, we do it based on bedroom, but it's just 0 bedroom, 1 bedroom, and then 2+ bedroom. So there's only 3 kind of flat fees. And so we're looking into, and I don't know exactly how far into progress that is, but we're looking into potentially bringing something for consideration for impact fees generally to be relooked at. And that would affect in turn the way that we calculate ADUs based on if and how that was changed.
So I understand that this is state law, and regardless of how we move forward, you have to abide by it. I think my primary concern, thank you for the additional information, that was very helpful. It's just to come back with a few recommendations, especially for like 1,000. If we're only doing 1,000, I would recommend, or at least it is my ask, that you look at potentially looking at $1,200, because I know some of the properties are very large in the city. So you have some that are very small, some that are very large, and then just bring back for the square foot kind of be recommendations that just don't jump from 0 to 60,000.
And just to add to that, the impact fees are adopted separately by resolution. So if council wanted, they could approve the ordinance tonight, and then that impact fee, as you requested, could come back via resolution.
Yeah. I'm trying to wrestle with this and figure it out. And I'm sorry, I should have talked to you guys about this beforehand, but I just found this out. So I'm just trying to wrestle with this again. It sounds like it's backwards to me. It sounds like it's backwards because if you think about it, the people that are already residing here want to build an ADU, they probably most likely have family members that are already residing and putting an impact on our community, right? I'm just going to assume that for the most part, right? But if we're building newer development, and they're putting an ADU in that's less than 750, they're not paying any impact fees at all. So that's concerning to me because I think it's going to get away. If anything, I think it should be flip-flopped. Like we should be allowing these people to build over 750 square feet, an ADU, get into compliance. They're probably more than likely going to give or rent out to people that need the affordable housing that live here. I am concerned about this being a bit of a runaway train with the newer development. Yeah, that's where I'm at. So I'm trying to hear what you're recommending, but this is what I'm afraid of. I'll be very honest with you. We don't have to vote on this tonight, right?
We still have to follow state law, so
Yeah.
everyone, I guess the negative is that this makes it easier for property owners because it takes the language of the government code, which is written in a very confusing manner, and it's really not user-friendly. And as our goal is, we want to empower the public to open up the zoning ordinance, and they can see, these are my rules. And if someone in staff told them the wrong rule, they can say, you're wrong. Or they can use it to design something and then come to us. You know, we want to empower them.
And I get that. And I'm going to steal a play out of my friend Tim Burns. I want to get to yes. So what I'm going to suggest is, can we have those questions looked into? Can we have those things agendized? We can ask for an informational report and bring them both back at the next city council meeting so that we can look at them next to each other, at least know what we're going to do or what our options are as far as addressing the newer development that is kind of skirting around the state law, not paying any impact fees. That bothers me. And I'm afraid that this is going to get away from us. Is that an option?
Yeah, so that's an option. City Clerk, was this noticed in the paper?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so if that's going to, after you hear from the public, open the public hearing, hear from the public, if a council member wanted to make a motion, it would be to continue this item to a date specific. So I think what's the next date? March 6th is the next council date. City Clerk, can you confirm that?
Yes, the next regular meeting is March 6th.
Okay. And so that's what you would have to do to avoid having to renotice the public hearing and paying fees to do that.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Attorney, though, I also heard you say that if we were going to change the fees, we'd have to do something in addition to what is here tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we could still do that. And if we chose, we could still help the public and help staff by, if council chose to move this forward and then task the community development with that additional responsibility.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council members?
Just for the question that Councilmember Burns asked earlier, if it'll zoom out. We actively have 5 ADU applications that we're processing. And then in 2021, we approved 6 ADUs or JADUs. They're counted the same. And in 2022, we approved 21 applications. And before that, we were tracking them under a different permit type that went along with some other stuff. They were under an administrative permit review permit. So I don't have the exact numbers, but I think there was probably an average to 10 to 12 ADUs in that group of applications beforehand.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. That helps me put it in current perspective.
I will now open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do you have any public comments?
1 second, please. Vice Mayor Morales, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. I will now close the public hearing on this item. Okay, council discussion and deliberation. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion to approve with the current numbers, and I am absolutely would like to, I don't know, City Attorney, I do want to look at what Councilmember Resendez's concerns were and addressing the fees. So would that be part of this, or would that just?
You can make it part of the motion. to also approve this, but also look at the fee question.
Okay, so I'd make a motion to approve this and to look at the fees moving forward. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any noes? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 4-0. Can we ask Mayor Casey to come back? Thank you.
Well, that was a long time. Okay, so let's move on to ordinance number 1230. An ordinance of City Council, City of Hollister, amending the zoning ordinance to repeal Article 2 density bonus of Chapter 1704 residential zoning districts and replace with Chapter 1734 density bonus and the adoption of an application fee related to density bonus applications. So we're gonna have the staff report. I just wanted to make one quick comment, and I meant to do this at the beginning of the meeting, but I'm still learning process and procedure, but we're gonna have the staff report, then council can ask questions, not discussion, but just questions, and then it goes to public comment. Then we have our little discussion after and vote. So if that's okay with everybody, then that's what we'll do. Take it away.
Tonight, in addition to accessory dwelling units, the council is looking at an amendment to our existing density bonus ordinance. Again, the planning commission discussed the necessary modifications that would need to be made to our existing ordinance within the zoning ordinance on August 4th. And at that time, we just discussed what are the changes in state law that we need to make to our existing ordinance. Again, following that meeting, there were several bills that were signed by the governor. And so we had to redraft what we had already rewritten. Those requirements took effect on January 1st. After that, and with the extreme assistance of the city attorney, because density bonuses are very confusing, staff brought a draft ordinance to the planning commission on January 26th. They adopted a resolution recommending the city council approve the ordinance as written, and they also recommended that the city council adopt an application fee for these applications. A density bonus is a tool that a developer can use to seek a density bonus in exchange for building affordable housing, donating land, or building a childcare facility. The density bonus is an increase over the maximum number of units that would otherwise be allowed under the general plan. And in addition to that density bonus, the city is required to provide 1 to 4 incentives or concessions, and that number is based on the number of units that they're providing and the affordability level. So for example, as you can see on this chart, this is the bonus by the target group. So if I am building a development and I am providing 5% of the total number of units for very low income, I am allowed to have 1 incentive or concession, and then you get the density bonus, so you get to increase the number of units on your site. For example, if you were a developer and you had a 100-unit residential development and you dedicated 10 of those units to low-income households, you would be eligible for a 20% density bonus. Even if the general plan said that the maximum density on that site was 100 units, they are allowed to build 120 units under the state density bonus law. Again, as with the direction that we're heading in with this overhaul, we are trying to lay out the zoning ordinance so that it's more user-friendly and easier to understand. The government code on density bonuses is quite confusing and kind of goes all over the place. And so we're bringing like things together and making it easier to read for both staff and applicants. So we've laid this out similar to what we're doing throughout. We're recommending that we repeal the existing section. That section is very out of date. It was last done in 2009, and there have been many many changes in state law since then that haven't been incorporated into that. Also, because you can have some different sorts of density bonuses for other things, not just residential, we're recommending that it become its own chapter and move out of the residential section of the zoning ordinance. So again, clearly laid out for definitions, what are some of the terms we're talking about in this ordinance, what's allowed, how do you become eligible. You can have a density bonus for affordable housing on the site of a commercial development. What are your allowed incentives or concessions? The state's establishing parking requirements for density bonuses. What to do if you're including a childcare facility, where the units must be located in the development. What's an application form? What are you required to give us? What are your submittal requirements? How are we reviewing that? And then again, we're doing deed restrictions similar to other things we've been doing, and some requirements to control the resale and to ensure that these units remain affordable. So an applicant or developer can request a density bonus if they're providing affordable housing on commercial land. An applicant can receive this density bonus by partnering with the housing developer to construct residential dwellings in addition to a commercial development. And this density bonus has very specific requirements. So in this case, they are required to provide 15% of the units for very low income or 30% to low income. So they don't get to select from that earlier chart we had. This is what they have to do at a minimum in order to receive this density bonus. The allowed incentives or concessions again come from the state, and it's what we must allow. So a developer can apply for, depending on what they are selecting, they can apply for 1 to 4. One could be a reduction in standards required by the zoning ordinance. So for example, they can request a reduction in setbacks, front, side, rear. They could request an exception for height. So there are some development standards that they can request a waiver for, and they can request as many as they want, and it counts as one. So previously, a developer might have wanted to have a height exception and a rear yard setback exception and a front yard setback, and cities would have counted them as 3. The state says now, if it's a development standard, it's 1 incentive. Other things the city must allow for is that if they wanted to do so, they could request mixed use on a site where it would otherwise not be allowed. They could request any other sort of regulatory incentive, such as a street width or a sidewalk. They can also request a direct financial contribution. That would come before the council. So in that case, an applicant might say that we need money to offset construction. We would like you to provide money in some sort of fashion, and the city council would then determine if they wanted to allow for that. It's not required, but an applicant can ask. One of the requirements of the state density bonus law is the city provide a incentive or concession related to the construction of a childcare facility. So the incentive in this case is related to offset the construction cost, or if I'm building a multifamily and I need to offset the size of this childcare facility, I get to add it on somewhere else. So that's where this incentive is supposed to relate to. It's supposed to relate to this relate to the childcare facility. The government code specifically includes requirements for the years in which the childcare facility has to operate, the level of affordability. There's a number of requirements in the code for childcare facilities. And so in order to kind of fully evaluate if a request was to come in for childcare facilities, staff in this ordinance is clarifying previous practice, which is that a child care facility requires a site and architectural review or a conditional use permit, all of them within the city. And so in order to evaluate to ensure that this child care facility, the incentive related to it, then the childcare facility gets built. The childcare facility is operated in a manner consistent with what's required from the code. We are requesting that they all come together as one package so we can fully evaluate the incentives. If it were to follow later, it's much harder for us to capture, especially since that incentive that they're asking for is supposed to be related to the childcare facility. It brings them together as one package. Again, as in our other things, we're recommending a deed restriction, and that would be on those affordable units. We would, it would state that you couldn't use the unit for a non-residential use with the exception of a home occupation. It would put a short-term prohibition on, or put a prohibition on short-term rentals. And again, these are affordable units. We want them to be available to the community. If someone is renting them out for 2, 3, 4 days at a time, it really doesn't comply with that. And then within that, we will also have a description of the affordable requirements for that particular unit. So it's restricted to low income, it's restricted to very low income, whatever that income category is. And then the number of years that it's subject to affordability. And again, it's just a measure by which someone buying a property is aware, and that we can kind of capture that these are income restricted units for, an applicant trying to buy one. They are fully aware of what the income restrictions or number of years left remaining on that unit. The state has requirements for continued affordability for very low and low income designated units. The state says they have to remain so for 55 years. There's no requirement for moderate income units. Staff is recommending that moderate income units be affordable for a period of 30 years. This period of time is at the city's discretion. However, the 30-year time limit kind of falls in line with what we have been doing with other affordable units of the moderate income level. And again, it ensures that those units really do remain affordable for a certain period of time, so they're available to the public. And then again, there's specific requirements in the ordinance related to the resale of these units to make sure that they do remain affordable for the period that's both in state law and the ordinance. As far as application fees go, currently there is no filing fee for a density bonus application. We are recommending that the city council adopt a fee related to these types of applications. An application fee is charged to cover staff time and materials, and the city is allowed to do so to cover staff time spent in reviewing, staff time spent commenting. We have city attorney time related to these types of requests. And then there's also public hearings and a housing agreement that then has to be prepared. With what we're seeing currently, and it's not in the staff report because we couldn't find some, but then after the staff report was written, we found some others. We have approved one density bonus in the city, and this time spent doing that density bonus was quite significant. There was a significant number of staff hours. I currently have 3 requests for density bonuses. They're all in under a no application fee. We're not sure why there's no application fee. It could be an error that maybe because we hadn't had one very often that it was just left off the list of fees. But we are seeing staff spending a significant number of time on these requests. When the application comes in, they're requesting a certain number of units. They're requesting incentives or concessions. It requires staff review. We need to review it in some cases with other departments. Then we need to discuss it with the city attorney to make sure that we're all in compliance with state law, again, because these requests are very, they're very detailed. They require a lot of work. And then there tends to be some back and forth. And then even then, once we've done that, once we're ready to go, we still have public hearings. We have to prepare a resolution. So right now we're estimating that staff spends 20 to 50 hours on these, plus there's city attorney time involved. So they can be quite costly, and the city is not recouping costs associated with these applications right now. Again, it's just not on the list. So the three that I have in right now, they have not paid an application fee. I know that there are more coming because I've talked to some other applicants who have indicated that they would like to apply for them. So more are coming, and staff would like to have a way to recuperate some costs associated with these types of reviews. And the reason that we recommended the application fee of $5,227 is because that's the application fee for a conditional use permit. Typical amount of time is spent on a conditional use permit, we estimate from where we're at right now. I can't tell you what other cities are charging because most cities charge a deposit account, and staff time is then billed to that deposit account for the entirety of their project. So they have one set fee that someone's applying for, and then staff time just gets billed to that. So they don't necessarily have application fees, where in Hollister, we charge a flat fee. So in conclusion, there have been a number of changes in state law since we last updated the density bonus ordinance. Staff worked with the city attorney on preparing this draft ordinance. The reason being, number one, that this does involve state law. Number two, it is very complicated and there's a lot that goes into density bonuses, and we need to make sure that we were consistent. The city attorney reviewed it, helped rewrite and edit where it needed to be, and then again reviewed it before Planning Commission and has reviewed it before tonight. This chapter is designed to meet, again, our overall goal of modifying the zoning ordinance to make it more user-friendly and easier to understand. And as I just mentioned a minute ago, we are recommending that an application fee be established for these requests to cover the costs associated with processing these applications. And I forgot to mention that an applicant could request a fee waiver if they chose to do so as part of their incentives and concessions. So the city council once again has three options. You can adopt the ordinance as it is written with the application fee. You could deny the ordinance and we still have to follow state law. So there's nothing really groundbreaking in this ordinance that we've written. It is the government code for the most part, with some things to assist staff in the review and how to process these types of applications. And you could choose to continue the hearing and have staff bring back some more information if you chose to do so. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, before we open to the public hearing, does council have questions? Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. You talked about at the beginning of your presentation, gave us an example of one incentive that included 3 items, just for discussion. Does the planning department or the city, could they grant 1, 2, or all 3 of those? Or the one incentive, is it an all or none? Or could you counter and say, well, we see the value in item 1, item 2, but we don't believe item 3 would be appropriate?
So the way that it works is an applicant who's applying for a density bonus comes and requests the number of incentives. They're typically going to request the number of incentives they're allowed. So if they're allowed 3, they're going to request 3 incentives. I did not mention that they are not required to take advantage of the actual density bonus. They can just take advantage of, let's say, a setback exception. Yes.
Okay.
Again, not my choice.
Yeah. Remind me, how did you guys come to the 30-year restriction for moderate income?
So again, there's nothing, the state law is silent on that period of affordability. We are approving these units as affordable. And what we're recommending is 30 years because that falls in line with some moderate rate housing development units that we've approved recently. So for example, West of Fairview has an affordable component for some moderate level, and they're at 30 years per the development agreement. We'd like to maintain consistency with that. It makes sure that we have affordable units for a period of time, not I'm buying an affordable unit and then reselling it at market rate. It ensures that we have affordable housing stock in the city. It helps meet our RENA numbers. It does a number of things for the city to put a restriction on that.
Okay.
If I might just add one thing as well. We also prepared this density bonus ordinance in consultation with our housing programs coordinator, Jamala Saka, and 30 years comes from her recommendation because that's consistent with a lot of the housing loan programs that the city offers, including our down payment assistance program and those types of things. So a lot of the housing programs that we're currently operating in the city are a 30-year term limit for a moderate restriction. So it's consistent with those programs.
Okay. And I believe, well, I won't say that. I was going to say, well, I will, I guess, that this is my last question for now. You talked about a $5,227 application fee, and you talked about how other cities have a deposit and then they draw down from that deposit. Do we have a what am I looking to say here? Do we know how much it costs for an entry-level planner or a principal planner or a community development director? I know we know what it costs for an attorney because we see that, but I'm wondering if that wouldn't be a smarter, wiser way to do this. My sense is our goal is to be budget neutral. And so do we have those numbers?
We do know the cost per level of staff. Can't think of the term, but so for example, harder projects, you have a senior planner on, their hourly rate are higher than maybe a conditional use permit where you have an assistant planner, maybe associate planner working on them. So the costs get, if it was a deposit account, if I'm charging, I have a different rate than the assistant planner and it gets charged that way.
Right. And I'm familiar with other jurisdictions where they actually do exactly that, and they call it time and materials, because there could be ancillary costs above and beyond the staff time, and really provide the service is ideal, but development cost and we need to be budget neutral on these things.
Yeah, so the way, and I don't have the exact numbers, but the way that the user fees that the city development services recently adopted a year or 2 years ago, they were done on kind of basing an average and then using those hourly rates to establish a flat fee. But they just weren't established at an hourly rate basis. So I don't have those hourly rates, and then we don't charge time and materials. We charge a kind of flat. Some of our fees are a little bit tiered in the way that they are for more complicated projects. It's tiered in a way that it's a flat fee, but it's a higher fee, but we don't charge time and materials at an hourly rate currently.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. So two things, I guess, with requesting the fee waiver, is that mandated by state law?
Excuse me. It's so an applicant can request a direct incentive, a financial incentive. So a waiver of an application fee, a waiver of other fees, a waiver of impact fees, a monetary contribution. An applicant is allowed to request that. The city council gets to decide if they want to allow it. So it's completely discretionary in that case. Unlike the other ones where we have the development standard waiver, so like the setbacks, they request it, they get it.
So that's what the law says, but it doesn't exactly specify that it could be a fee waiver.
I believe a waiver of fee is part of it.
Part of what the law says is that if they can ask for any concession if it results in direct reduction in, basically if something that the city was requiring would preclude them from developing at the density that they were proposing and with the bonus that they would like to have. That's why they're asking for the incentives. So by asking for contributions from the city or for fee waivers, the challenge is in state law, it kind of limits the city on what we can't ask for additional reports or things like that to justify the burdens of proof is on the city if we decide to try to deny one of those. That's the whole goal of it, is if it results in identifiable cost reductions for the applicant.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, how would you determine if that's going to be the financial incentive that we're going to give them versus the impact fees versus, it gets a little bit of a gray area.
So this is where density bonus gets very complicated because they just get usually as part of their initial application request, they're requesting everything. And so we have to evaluate it, like how many are you actually eligible for? And so they get 1 to 4 incentives, right? And so they need to pare their requests down to what they really want. Now, do I think we will see very many where they're asking for an application fee waiver? Probably not. If they're going to come to the council and they're going to ask for a direct financial contribution, it's probably going to be something bigger like an impact fee or some other sort of fee that's much higher. And as far as fees goes, and what the state says as far as fees goes is, in that case, you have much more discretion and the council determines whether or not they want to allow it. So it's up to you. It's not really up to the developer or staff in that case.
Can planning commission determine that it has to go to the council
For an application fee or for?
to waive the impact fees?
I believe that any request for a financial incentive would have to come to the council
Okay.
because you guys are the authority on making, it would essentially be like a reimbursement agreement of some kind and not necessarily a direct reimbursement, but you'd be doing some kind of financial transaction.
Very good. Okay. Yeah, and then I was just wondering too, why aren't we doing it the way other cities are doing it? It makes sense to me. It sounds like it's an issue of, I mean, I worked in the medical field. I know attorneys do that as well. You just bill, you write down what you're doing, the amount of time you're spending, and then you're billing it. And then that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I'll say that the answer to that is that when this fee study was happening over the course of 4 years to a year and a half ago or so, when it got adopted, planning was even more understaffed than we are now. And so the amount of time that it would have taken myself and Amber, the other planner, to track our time in addition to actually doing all of the work that we're doing, it makes and might even still make more sense to have a flat fee, at least for a little while. Although with Acela and that program coming in, it might be an opportunity for us to be able to kind of look at restructuring the fees for our whole department, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe we can get tech involved and we can see how we can make that a little bit more friendly for us and you. And then, yeah, I'm questioning the 30-year as well. I wrote it down. I mean, might make more sense to me possibly to go with the 55-year, just like the low, but I mean, I can go either way with that. Thanks.
Councilmember Perez? Nothing. The only question I have, so I'm sure we probably have already talked about this in the last, that I wasn't here for, but so this is a law and that's why we're here. So if we don't adopt this, we're out of compliance, right? So what does that mean if somebody's coming in and they're wanting it and we're not up to compliance or whatever on our ordinance?
Sorry, so I forgot you had walked out of the room. I talked for so long, I need to use. So the city identified a 3-phase approach to overhauling our zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance was largely written in 2008 and hasn't really been updated since then. For example, accessory dwelling units was out of compliance with state law. With respect to density bonuses, the state has a density bonus law, the state density bonus law, and that tells us how we have to approve these applications. So if you did not follow, if you chose to not adopt this ordinance tonight, we still have to comply with state law. We're still using the government code to adopt these.
Right.
The reason that we're including it in the zoning ordinance is the government code, especially for density bonuses, is written in a very complicated manner, and it is very hard to understand. That is why staff couldn't write the ordinance on our own. We needed a lot of assistance from the city attorney to make sure that we have an ordinance that is compliant with state law. And then again, as part of our overall goal to making the zoning ordinance more friendly, we're now listing what are your application requirements? What's the review process? Yes, you need a deed restriction. This is what the deed restriction has to say. So it's all in one area and people can use it. Unlike today where we use some parts of the ordinance, but then some parts come out of state law and it's a little confusing for everyone involved.
I guess that was rephrasing my question is, what happens if you're not in compliance and a developer comes in and they, so you're just answered it. So it's kind of a mess, right? If you're pulling from state law and pulling from ordinances. So we really do need to adopt and get up to speed with.
It would be much more helpful for staff as well as the public if we had
Right.
something one thing we could
For
pull from.
compliance is good. Okay, great. Well, I think with that, we will.
Mayor, one more question, please.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Thanks. You mentioned you have 3 in the loop right now. If we were to adopt this fee part and move this forward, what happens to the 3 that are in currently?
They've already applied. They're already under planning review. They applied for the application. They got a free one.
Perfect, thanks.
I see 3 options: adopt an ordinance, deny an ordinance, continue to hearing. So essentially, we don't have to adopt this ordinance. Is that correct?
It's correct. We could follow state law.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we'll open public hearing. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have a public speaker, Alex Sywick.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Alex Sywick. We applied for 3 density bonus projects. One of them we're currently working through and have had at least 2 or 3 incomplete notices extending that process. The other 2 were rejected. I would disagree with what was said earlier. The density bonus law is very clear. And the graphs that were put up earlier are simple. You want to give up 5% at very low income units for either rental or sale, you get a 20% bonus. The formula is straightforward. The gross acreage multiplied by whatever the general plan maximum is, rounded up to the next number, full number, that's what you have. And then you add 20% to that. A lot of the confusion is because the density bonus law, the ordinance that was in place was, I think, formulated back in 2008. And since then, there's been at least 35 amendments to the state law, and none of them were incorporated. The second part is that it needs to be made very clear what are development standards and what are not development standards, that if the developer requests those, they would have to have an incentive or a concession to get those. And the dividing line is, do they meet building code? If you want less than the standard fire code separation of buildings 3 feet, you will not be able to get it. Or if you want a little bit more than that, you'll have to do you'll get the approval, but you have to still do the building code requirements for fireproofing. And so that's not, and also the appellate court has clearly stated that the developer can request any number of development standards as long as they don't require an incentive or a concession. So whether it's a setback, rear, side, front, height, whatever, you can't not preclude having that project approved. It would be very helpful if the ordinance specifically says we'll have a application form, and the applicant has to fill out that application form. They haven't provided an application form. The other items I put in my letters to you, and I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the commenters we have for the public hearing.
Okay, so we can have a little more council discussion. Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
I would, but Mayor, I'd actually like to extend Mr. Sywick's opportunity for an additional 3 minutes. He's been very patient sitting through the meeting. And I would like to give him that opportunity if council would support that request.
Mr. Council, we have consensus on that. All right, would you like to come back down, Mr. Cyrus? We'll hear
Round
a
two.
little more from you.
So, so the most important thing, I think, and would definitely cut down staff time to maybe a couple of hours, is if all of these things that are required by the density bonus law, which is very, very explicit and has been fine-tuned for the last 20 or 30 years. If you just have the application form and specify exactly what you're talking about, then the applicant can know, the staff can know, if you do this, you should be able to request that and be eligible for it, and you'll have to do this and this and this to fulfill those. Another part is that a density bonus application is not a standalone application. It has to be part of a tentative map or a planned unit development or any sort of other housing project. One of our projects, our tentative map fee was $19,000. And all that means is there's going to be a lot of lots in there, which are just rubber stamped. And so the density bonus application fee is in there. It's part of that. What else was there? I listed a bunch of things as you see in my letter. One thing that Erica Fraser said, that if you ask for one or two development fees, development standard changes, that automatically counts as an incentive or a concession. I can't find that in the state law. There's development standards, and there's development standards that exceed fire and building code, and those require an incentive or a concession. In all our three projects, we offered to do a child care facility. The city now wants $12,000 for a conditional use permit, a site and architectural review, and to incur architectural fees for the child care facility when we don't even know the city's going to approve the child care facility. Who's going to go out there and spend $25,000, $30,000 on something that you guys will say, we don't want one, where there's enough child care facilities in the area, we're not going to approve it. So it should be that if you want to offer a child care facility, that should be approved in the first go around. After that, you'll obviously have to pay certain fees to have that facility architecturally tuned and so on.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney Jennifer, I'm just wondering if you could speak to what he mentioned about what we've got versus what, where it's not in the law. I just clarification. Did you catch that? Or
Well, I mean, is there a specific part that you would like comment on, or?
Sorry, I don't have all the words.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, so the last component that Mr. Cywak was talking about was the childcare facility. And
Right.
one part of the law that's interesting, and I haven't actually seen transpire all the way till construction, is that the law actually requires that the childcare facility be opened and operating for a certain number of years. I think it's 20 years, or actually the same amount of time as the affordable housing that's being constructed, is that that remains affordable. That childcare facility needs to be in operation. And so the items that the staff is asking for at the very beginning of the development entitlements are those things that will guarantee or at least demonstrate that that's going to happen. So you're never going to construct a childcare facility if there's no site and architectural review or those approvals at the very beginning. So I think that addresses what Mr. Cywak was
I think so.
discussing in that last part.
All right.
With respect to the fees, all I can say is that I think that Mr. Cywak also underestimates how much time it takes for staff to review these types of projects.
Thank you.
And if I could add that the city attorney's office is satisfied that this ordinance complies with California law.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of part of my question. So, Councilman Burns, you want to start?
I do. So, I'm supportive of what's been presented. I like Councilmember Resendez, could easily increase the, number of years for moderate income. I do think that that would be advantageous to our community over time, and 30 years seems like a long period of time, but it really isn't. I very much would rather go to a deposit and a staff time drawdown. And I don't know whether that would require a fee study to really get that information. I think last week we talked about, or the last council meeting, we actually talked about doing something like that for code enforcement as well. And so I know the more you include, the better the deal you'll get on a time and motion study type of situation. But I'm supportive. I just think I would prefer if we could be budget neutral to the greatest extent possible. Don't want to pick their developer's pocket, but I don't want to be underwriting it either. So thank you, Mayor. That's my thoughts.
Councilmember Resendez.
Just ditto everything he said. I'd like to see 55-year moderate. And then I know we can't approve this tonight, but I'd like to see something come back in the future with for us to be budget neutral. Thanks.
Councilmember Perez? No? Councilmember Morales?
I think my, the only feedback I have is to make it user end friendly and not to complicate the process or create time delays or unnecessary costs. So if there is going to be a motion, there's a time and motion study. We heard from our staff that at a certain time that was not possible because of just staffing. So I'm not sure if they're fully staffed now or that's even something that we can do. While I like to maintain budget neutral, I also understand that there's, we can't hold things up forever. And at some point, I like to see timelines associated with these things because, we can't wait. We can't have projects be delayed forever. So I'm neutral on the 30 or 55.
Thanks. Okay. So generally, I'm supportive of the ordinance. I think it's about time, right? Except that, like you said, they may make more changes. It's hard to say, but we're way behind. And so I would love to see this, us get up to speed. And I love the idea of incentivizing the inclusion of affordable housing. And I like that by including them in projects across the city and having portions of affordable housing, it's much more equitable than just doing a giant affordable housing project and placing it in one area of town. And so because then they're, it's all concentrated in an area. And so along those same lines, I'm really glad you are working on inclusionary housing policy. I think that's going to be great. The only issue I see, it has to do with the application fee, and it's a little different than what everyone else is seeing, just because I'm looking at that, and it 5,000 over 5,000 seems steep to me. I know that the intent is to, defray costs and not have the public cost for development. But I also see the other side, which is we're trying to incentivize affordable housing, which we desperately need. And so I know that they do pay a lot in impact fees and other fees, and this just seems like one more added on. So I actually did do a little research just to see what are other cities doing. And, what I found was San Francisco doesn't really have a separate density bonus application fee. San Diego charges $2,000. Huntington Park, which is a little bigger than Hollister, only charges $697 flat fee. So it just seems like it's all over the place, but I feel like we're trying to encourage developers to do this and to benefit our community by having affordable housing. So I'd kind of like to see consideration given to that. And since we also have other viewpoints, maybe that piece of it, I'm not necessarily, in favor of voting on that tonight, but would like to see that brought back. But the ordinance itself, I think is great. So thank you. Yes.
You did say that they have the option to request a fee waiver. That would just have to come before the council, right? So if we were to adopt this as is tonight, if the mayor or anybody else thought that a project should get a fee waiver, they can come ask us for one and we have that. We can make that decision at that time, right? Okay. Having said that, sorry.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'm Casey Story, Admin Services Director. I can add some context around our fee schedule of our study. That will help the conversation.
Do you council want to help too? Okay, sure.
Thank you very much. So a couple of points. So maybe a hybrid approach may be beneficial to the decision-making process tonight.
Sure.
Certainly can consider the fees as recommended by staff as a day one approach, while the study concurrently goes through our fee study to identify the nexus for our true cost of doing business. And to the mayor's point of some agencies have very, very different types of costs that maybe associates to the efficiencies and the use of technology. Where if we're really human intensive right now, those are realizable staff costs, the most expensive costs, different types of costs as well. And so the agencies that maybe use technology in a different way, they have different types of costs, potentially lower cost to your point there. So there are some alternatives where we can adopt a fee tonight. So we have that over the counter application cost to cover some of our staff time, while we also do this nexus study to identify our fee schedule citywide for all of our costs as well.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
And I would imagine that the revenue that Huntington Beach brings in is far less than the city of Hollister. Would you say that's correct?
I don't know, but I would assume so, yes.
Yeah, me too.
So what is the pleasure of the board? Do we have a motion at all? Do you want to talk more?
I'm prepared to make a motion if council's prepared. So I would move to approve this as presented with the addition or the increase in the moderate income from 30 to 55 years. And with an acknowledgement, as Councilmember Resendez said, that people can always appeal to council if the fee is not within their financial means at that point. And I would like to move forward with the fee study as the finance director mentioned as well. And if we find that, we're overcharging, I think we could find a way to offset that somehow. So that would be my recommendation moving forward.
So is that a motion then?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
No.
No.
Okay, do I have any other motions then, or is this just, we can
No, you can ask for another motion.
have an alternative motion?
I like the 55-year, $5,200. I got a different perspective for the people in my district. You're bringing a mom home to live out the rest of her days. You know, sometimes mom's out there working and had a full-time career. For the most part, those are the ones that go to what's the Twin Creeks? Yeah, you know, that's what they're looking for. ADUs to me are more for the how would I say? People that don't have the big retirement packages. And so $5,200 to get that.
Councilmember, I think we're talking about the density bonus though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
instead of
sorry,
ADUs.
I'm out of it, yeah.
Yeah,
So I'd like to make a motion to approve, hold on the application fee until we have at least a timeline on when that study is going to be done. Geared towards it being cost neutral, however, but to have a better understanding, to also include the timelines associated with the impact in terms of the application review and the process. And that's my motion.
your motion is, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I'm
So,
way up. Go ahead.
So it's to approve or to move forward with the I'm fine with the 55, move forward with the resolution. Hold on the application fee until we have a better understanding of the costs associated with that, or at least come back with when we're gonna have the study completed. And also include timelines associated with this process.
And this is approval of the ordinance. This is the first reading of the ordinance.
Point of order. Can we have discussion between the first motion, the second motion?
Yeah, there can be discussion. Someone can make a motion and then the mayor can ask for see if there's any discussion.
I'd like to further discuss. Thanks.
Oh,
So
yes,
what we're
second.
saying is that, just for clarity, we want to give the developer who's building a new development, this has nothing to do with ADUs, nothing to do with ADUs, a new development who's going to make was going to make millions of dollars, who we want to give him a break on the $5,227 for an application fee. Is that is that the motion that I'm hearing? I just want to make sure I'm clear. That's what we're doing. So we're okay with 55 years for moderate, but we want to give the developer a break on the application fee for 5,227. Is that what we're voting on? Is that the motion on the floor?
No, I don't think so, council member. I
Yeah, I
think
think
she asked to have it further reviewed, not do anything with the fee.
So
This evening, just approve the ordinance itself. Is that correct?
do we currently have a fee for them?
No.
So if we vote and this passes as presented by staff, we will have a fee to pay for the cost of the staff that's doing the job for the developer.
Yeah, as presented, you would have the fee, but I think council member or Vice Mayor Morales's motion is to revise the ordinance so that the fee can come back at a later time.
So if an application was to come in tomorrow and we approved it as presented by staff, we would accrue the cost for the time of the staff to process that application.
Yeah, it would be another freebie
Tomorrow? Oh, well, because
because you don't have any fees. Right, you already had 3 that came in with no fee set and your staff indicated that they got a freebie
but if we were to approve this tonight
with the fee.
with the fee,
Right, but you still have a time gap in there because an
Yes.
ordinance has to come back for a second reading and then 30 days after that.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to be really clear on that. Thanks.
So we have a motion. Is there
Second.
any other discussion or are we ready to vote?
Anyone else? I second that.
Okay, then there's nothing further. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
All right, motion carries. Okay, so I'm closing the public hearing, I guess. Sorry. Let's go on to ordinance number 1228, an ordinance of the city of Hollister. There's been a request to take a 5-minute break. Is that all right? Okay, great. Okay. Their voices raised a few times. So it did not go forward or did it or what happened? That was
That's ridiculous. Because it's supposed to be 50%, maybe whatever. Square footage, not units. Oh, well.
I think gathering the data from the starting off. Do an average, how much it how much that. Yeah. Yeah. We were both doing it at the same time. Yeah. There's new guys. Yeah. Yeah.
She's finishing up for dinner. Okay, this meeting's gonna have to go by quick, because I only got 2 more candies.
Yeah.
How's Dave doing? He's had a long day too. Hey, you can't take the cold waters. Hey, the cold waters are $2. You got a fee waiver for that? It didn't come before council.
You ready? Okay, we're going to move on to item F1. The ordinance number 1228 and ordinance of the city of Hollister amending chapter 1010 recreational vehicles and boats of the Hollister Municipal Code relating to use and storage of recreational vehicles. We have a staff report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you. This is an introduction amendment of section 10.10 of the Hollister Municipal Code, recreational vehicles and boats, allowing recreational vehicles and boats storage on private driveways and providing a permitting process for temporary street parking. This is essentially the same ordinance that came before you previously. Back then, the discussion was only to change the fines associated with a violation of this ordinance. The main issue that I have with this is a request not to lower those amounts to those to 35, 70, and 140. That's going to create several problems. And the main one is that it'll be cheaper for someone to violate the ordinance than to pay for storage of their vehicle if it doesn't comply with parking in front of their driveway and or street parking. It also, there is an aspect of a fine being significant enough where people will self-regulate or they won't violate the ordinance because of that fine. This would take that away from the ordinance. And another thing would be that we're talking about budget neutral. Several times we'll mention today, $35 fine, which is less than most parking citations in the city, which we're in the process of raising because it's just too low. Wouldn't even pay for the staff time dedicated to write the citation. If anyone were to appeal and request a hearing, which is their right, we would be paying right now $100 an hour for the hearing officer. So there's a possibility that someone would appeal this, and regardless of losing in the appeal, the city would have spent more money on the fine at that low amount. There is a section of the ordinance that says if a vehicle is cited on the street or in the driveway that's not in violation, they cannot be cited for an additional 15 days. So that means that the most that an RV could be cited would be twice a month. And at the maximum rate, it would be less than the storage of that vehicle in a storage facility. So as this ordinance stands before you, it has all the requests and amendments that the council has made. A staff would recommend that you actually pass this ordinance. Staff recommends city council read by title only, waive full reading and introduce this ordinance number 1228 entitled ordinance number 1228, an ordinance of the city of Hollister amending chapter 10.10 recreational vehicles and boats of the Hollister Municipal Code related to use and storage of recreational vehicles, and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for March 6, 2023 city council meeting. And what I would ask you is the next resolution that's coming after this one is not to pass that one. That one is the one that it will actually change the ordinance just specifically for the recreational vehicles. If you look at that ordinance, most of the other ones are at 250, 500, and 750. But if you pass this ordinance, which is the staff recommendation, I would also recommend not passing the next one, just leaving it at as it is. It would retain the 250, 500, and 750 for the recreational violation. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief. So yes, let's take questions from council if there are any. No questions? Do we have?
I have one.
Oh, you do, okay.
So how much is a parking ticket? Is that the 250
Parking ticket for a vehicle or part of this recreational?
for any vehicle?
For any vehicle? It varies for the reason for the parking ticket, but I believe they start at $38. And we're in the process of raising those. When we established those rates years ago, we didn't know that a percentage of that money was actually going to go to the county. So when we calculated those fees to pay for the parking enforcement officer, to pay for the vehicle and do all that, we established those rates. But then after it was implemented, we were made aware that there's a state law that says any parking citations, a percentage of that, a fixed amount of money goes to the county. So every month we've been giving the county anywhere from $800 to $1,500 in the fees for them. So the plan has always been to increase those amounts so that we're revenue neutral, and that's in the process right now.
And I just want to let you know, or just want to state too, that I do understand that, you know, $35 is cheap. And at the same time, it's like, if we run into problems, hopefully you guys will let us know that we can raise that up. Cause it's like, I understand the financial teeth to that. Oh,
Councilwoman
actually,
Perez,
that's next one.
Can we talk about it after we do public comment? We'll have more discussion. Is that okay?
Okay.
It's just questions right now. If anyone else have questions or. No? Okay, well, let's go to public comment then.
Mayor Casey, we have a comment from Patrick Mansfield.
Yeah, my name's Patrick Mansfield and live in Hollister for 30 years. And I went to one of the city meetings, cut the not last one, but the one before. And I thought about it a lot, but we do have an ordinance for the streets anyway, regardless of the RV ordinance. Is this right? So the street is controlled by a different ordinance, regardless if it's an RV or a car or whatever. So I see a disconnect. You know, we don't really want to think about the street or nothing. It's the street thing. If you have to enforce it differently or get more people, it'd be fine. But we have a lot of new people moving into this town and they don't know about this. And they put cement in, they get everything done. And then they say, you know, you can't put it there. So, you know, I thought about this. If you had like a website driven, you know, form where the people could, you know, you do a mailer, people can go on your website, You have a form, you fill it out, you get observed, you get a number, you're complied, and that's it. The street's a whole different subject, you know, how we look at it. You know, you have your conditions for your property, but if it's web-based, they fill it out, they give it back to you, you come by, you approve them, you give them a number, and you know who they are, and they're complied. And keep it very simple, because new people don't know about this. And there's so many new people moving into this town. And I think it'd be complaint driven is not the way for this to go. You know, it's hit and miss. It's more work for you, hit and miss. What if you had a database with all the people that have complied and you know who they are and what they got? You know, it's just something I thought about just to simplify it. The street, you can get more people on the street and tag into all you want, because that's what your street ordinance is. But if it's on our property and it's covered and it's sitting there, you know, and it's all in a database, you know, who is who and what is what. You know, it's just a thought I had. And they're just, my concern is there's so many new residents coming into town. And to get hit one at a time, you know, just do a mail out to everybody and say, here's our street ordinance. If you want to review it, make it tougher, bigger fines, and then have one for the RVs. So people know this new information when they move in here, you know, and the existing people that want to do it, you know, because there are a lot of commercial trucks on the street. There's car trailer haulers, there's bobtails, but that's not our concern. We're only concerned with what's on our property, you know, managed properly. So it kind of simplifies if you think about it, because in your survey, you had both of them together. You put both of those things in one question. That's what hurt the survey, you know?
Thank you.
So, all right, thank you.
Madam
Do we
Mayor.
have any other public comment?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, so we can open it up for some discussion then.
If I could just, I agree with the gentleman, what he just said, it hasn't been enforced. We've taken over code enforcement since July. And our goal is, once this is approved, if this is approved and in place, we're going to start a campaign of educating the people. We do plan to continue to give warnings and advisements like we have in the past to get people, our goal will be to get people in compliance. However, the fines have to be adequate enough to be something something to it, versus just suggesting everyone to follow the ordinance. And it is in the works for our citywide webpage to be redone, and we're going to have a code enforcement specific webpage, and that is off of the city's page, and it will be filled with a lot of those questions. It is something that's been lacking as far as educating the public, and we'll take that into consideration. And I agree that it shouldn't be complaint based. And once we get code enforcement fully up to staff, I think it's only fair that we start pushing further out, because it's not fair for someone to be cited and someone else down the street to have the same violation, and we're waiting for a complaint to come in. And it's also not fair to put the citizens in that situation where they get cited and then they're giving us 10 other people that are in violation. Exactly. And we're playing that game. But this is one step towards that goal. And I think that this ordinance allows people to park on their private property under certain conditions that the council has agreed to. And it also allows them to park on the street under specific with a permit for a limited time. Right now, they're not supposed to be parking on the street at all. I think the council giving them the permit process is going to be something that's going to be more user friendly. And we already have the permit in place, or working on having a permit that it will be web-based if need. People will be able to come to the police department, go to code enforcement, or request it online, and we'll be able to respond to them online with the permit that they can place on their vehicle.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I said this earlier and I'm going to say it again. We have an ordinance in place for a reason. And I remember when we first talked about this, and I described it this last time as a pendulum. It's going back and forth, back and forth. There are a number of issues that can come up because of this. And I think that the people that did come speak to us, and I said that then, are not going to be part of that issue. They're the responsible RV owners that are using them for its purpose. I think that when we look at where we were, that we've massaged this ordinance down, taking back the information of the survey, taking in the public input of the people that have come here and spoke to us. And I think we have a really, really good ordinance. I have to agree with the chief. Just having this conversation about being fiscally responsible, it doesn't make sense. And I know it was my idea, so I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense for us to fine people for two reasons when it's not going to cover the staff time. And then the second point, he said the matter of 15 days, that essentially it's going to be a moot issue because the cost of housing your RV somewhere else is going to be cheaper than just paying the fee. I can see how that can cause a bit of a problem, but people want to manipulate that. So I am going to go back on that. I'm going to support the ordinance as is and follow the staff's direction. Thank you.
Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, as I recall, our last conversation, we talked about parking on the street and vehicle registration, and I'd asked for you to provide us with a legal opinion or analysis.
Right, correct. So the vehicle code prohibits cars being parked for over 72 hours on a street. Your ordinance limits it to less than 72 hours.
So we can make it more restrictive is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Perez. Any comments?
No, I already did. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Morales.
So this issue, I think since I've gotten on council, has been an issue, at least in my district, for a very long time. A lot of communication back and forth with the city and the chief on this issue. And I think with the fees, so while I understand that some things that it would be great to be cost neutral, a lot of the residents have properly argued that they pay taxes. And not everything has to be 100% cost neutral, especially for service that they're receiving. A lot of the issues that a lot of my residents have raised is the utilization of code enforcement for retaliation. It's complaint driven. As the chief said, one person gets cited, then they're pointing at everybody else and then putting a lot of assumptions about, well, this person is X person knows Y, X person's, so and so. And so it becomes a much bigger community issue than just the act of the RV. A year and a half ago, I talked about having the office be trained in conflict resolution, having a mediator. These are not just like the code enforcement issues and just the RV issues. It's the relationship issues, how they're utilizing the office, how they're utilizing our officers, how they feel like they're being treated, how they feel like, they're complaint driven, and there's so much more. I've spent so much time. This is probably the number one issue that I've spent the majority of my time since I've been in council. And to me, that's just, I won't say ridiculous because everything has value, but the amount of time is so significant. I'm going to approve this, and if we have issues, we're going to have to come back again and see how we can resolve it. My issue goes back to what I said, is that if people have complaints, I think there needs to be conversations. And I've talked about, having whoever the complainant is be able to register their name so that we don't have a lot of anonymous complaints, and have them talk to each other about the issues, which is, I think, the root cause of why we have this ordinance, why we brought it back in the first place, just because of the number of community residents that have come forth to complain about this and how the office is being utilized.
All right, so I appreciate your comments. They're very thoughtful, council member. The idea of how we interact and the media, I think that's something that we should consider. I'm also, Chief, I appreciate your explanation, especially around, cost return when you're when it's cheaper to get a couple of tickets than it is to go and rent the RV space. I could see folks taking advantage of that, and also mindful of your wanting to be cost neutral. So I think I would support this fee schedule that you're proposing, trying to make it line up with other fine schedules. So I think if no one else has anything, we could make a motion and
just so that council is clear, the first item is approval of the ordinance. The next item will be the fee
To lower it,
resolution.
right, that was
Correct.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve?
So Mayor, I'll make the recommendation that the city council read by title only, waive full reading and introduce ordinance number 1228 entitled ordinance number 1228, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending chapter 10.10 recreational vehicles and boats of the Hollister Municipal Code relating to use and storage of recreational vehicles, and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for March 6, 2023 city council meeting.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Now we go on to the next part of this, resolution number 2023-25, a resolution of the city council of the city of Hollister amending administrative citation penalties and related charges pursuant to chapter 1.18 of the Hollister Municipal Code. Chief, did you want to give a short report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Before you is what I recommended before, what I mentioned before, this ordinance simply changes the fine for the recreational vehicles to 35, 70, and 140. I would recommend not passing or not taking any action on this one, and they would keep the fines at what they were before previously mentioned.
Okay, do we have questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Chief, I've heard what you said about budget neutral and cost, but I'm going to relate back to the finance director. Again, most jurisdictions charge an administrative fee for cost recovery time associated with code enforcement. I can tell you that about 8 years ago, when I was in Monterey County as an employee in code enforcement managing a division, our billable hourly rate was $180 an hour, and we broke it down into 15-minute increments at $45 each. I don't believe that trying to balance the code budget by fines is really the way to go. And so my understanding is, Chief, that we don't do cost recovery for administrative time currently. Is that correct?
And in what context? What do you mean we don't do that?
When you have a code officer that goes out and issues some sort of a notification, and they go back and compliance isn't achieved within the time given, do they charge time for their, or do they charge a fee for their actual hourly time at that point moving forward?
No, you're correct. We don't.
Okay. All right. So again, for the finance director, again, I would say a time and motion study would be appropriate. I don't know of any jurisdiction that I'm familiar with, and I've worked for many, that don't charge for their time when compliance is not achieved. The goal is always to get compliance and educate, as you've suggested. But I don't think you get there solely based on a fine. And so, again, I would think that if we're going to do a greater fee study to address planning, there's no reason we couldn't address code enforcement and who knows, the laundry list of others that we could in fact get to where you are, because I respect your opinion. And I believe strongly in budget neutrality as much as we can, knowing that we're probably never going to get there. It's pretty consistent. You'll see that with in community development. Typically, building generates more income, but because they're part of community development, they're able to budget and offset the cost of planning and other units in there. And so for me, it really comes down to thinking smarter and not trying to balance it directly on the violator if they're going to comply. And you don't have to, the 15-day thing, it's really not it's not a deal breaker. I mean, if you go out and you give somebody one citation and 15 days later they're in violation again, at that point, you could start charging these fees if you had the system in place. And is the police department going to be actively involved in ACELA as well with code enforcement?
Yes, that's the plan.
Right. So Paul, ACELA can break it down, correct? They can actually generate bills they can bill in whatever increments that you set up, correct? So I think that's the better way to go, quite candidly. And again, Chief, do you know how much money has code enforcement generated under your leadership to this point?
I don't have that amount.
Okay. Do we have a sense for what code enforcement generated under other divisions or departments?
Yeah, we could take a look and see. I would have to look and see how it was budgeted and where the fines were, placed in the GL.
Okay, all right. Because again, I think that there's a way to get there. That's probably a more consistent way to get to where the chief wants to be, other than in a fine schedule. And city attorney, remind me, I seem to be making the rounds here. If we find that the proposed fines of 35.70 and 140, I think it is, are under if we find that the chief is correct, we can always go back through a public hearing process and increase those fees, correct?
Right, you would have to go through that,
Right.
probably the Prop 218 and increase and yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Those were my questions.
If I may add to the answer, maybe in a couple of different directions, and I apologize, I'm going to add some accounting conversation to this. So the clarity between what's proposed to the council tonight is a fine or penalty, which is separate from a fee, which I always have the habit of calling it full name fee for service. And there's accounting implications on that. And the fee for service, similar to what we heard with the planning discussion earlier, is the city's prepared to account for that, the cost of doing business and providing that service to the community. Therefore, we can do the calculation of what is the true cost here, and then we can pass on, not to exceed on that cost of business, but pass on up to the cost of business to that person receiving that service. Different than, to the chief's point, of the equity and parity within the other penalties or fines, two very different aspects of what we're offering here. And therefore the nexus to the comprehensive fee study, identifying what it takes to operate this program, and potentially the council or the public asking how much did it cost to operate and administer the website, all these other softwares that may be involved, staff time, et cetera. That's where we could identify it as a fee with that nexus, and I can account for it properly on the finance side and then report back. The penalty that's before the council tonight is simply for a violation of the ordinance.
Okay. One final question. Chief, you alluded to the fact that with parking citations, the county gets a percentage. And so is that true with administrative citations, or my understanding is the city gets all of the fine minus?
You're correct.
Okay.
It is specifically under the vehicle section of the state that they get a percentage, a few dollars for every parking citation that's issued through the city.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Resendez, do you have any questions? Councilmember Perez? Councilmember Morales?
I think my only comment is my understanding for government, if we do the calculations and it exceeds our cost, then there are, what happens? So let me ask that. I'll leave it to.
Well, then I think at that point it becomes a fine, like what the finance director was talking about. So it has to have some rational basis for what you're doing. There has to be a relationship if you're talking about a fee. That was a really good distinguishing he did of the fine versus fee.
And the reason I ask is because my understanding is if the city is making money, then there's certain consequences for that. And if somebody brings that up saying, like, if, whether how much staff we have, if we pay overtime, if we automate certain features, if our costs go up and down, so it just creates a lot more burden on the city to be able to properly document and be able to provide that information to the public, because we are government. At any point when we bring in more money than what we're saying we should be getting, I believe that there's a consequence because we are government.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point. And that's what our comprehensive fee study is doing. It's identifying that nexus so we don't violate those very good rules. The penalty is guided under state law. There's government regulations that put a ceiling both for the fine that can be assessed and or incarceration that can be associated. So it puts caps on both of those, but does give discretion to the city council.
And the person who will be incarcerated would be?
I'm sorry?
a person incarcerated would be?
The violator.
Okay. Oh, if no more questions from council, then do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, no, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, so do we have any more deliberation, discussion here? No? Okay, then can I get a motion from someone?
I'll move to approve as presented.
Is there a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
Yes.
All opposed? No.
No.
So just make it clear, you will reduce the fines to 35, 70, and 140.
It's actually 30, 70, and
30.
140, the way the resolution is written.
Okay. Let's move on to resolution 2023-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing staff to solicit sealed bids for the West Gateway Improvement Project CIP C 1816. May we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Again, Casey Astorga, City's Admin Services Director, and I'm bringing back an item that was presented to the City Council several years ago. Most recently at the 2018 City Council meeting, City Council did authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the West Gateway Beautification Project, the CIP, as you noted before, C1816. At that time, the city received 2 bids. The low bid was at $3.5 million in 2019. Which was substantially higher than the city engineer's estimate, which was closer to $1.4 million. At the June 24th, 2019 City Council meeting, staff was then directed by the council to reject all bids and look at cost-saving measures. And since that time, the city has been awarded a CDBG grant in the amount of $3 million. And so the request before council tonight is to go out to that bidding process again. To start that process, knowing that it would come back to council to understand what bids we did receive. And that would be subject to the review and discussion and potential approval of the council at that time. So again, the recommendation tonight is to adopt a resolution authorizing staff to call for sealed bids for the West Gateway Improvement Project CIP C1816. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions from council? No. Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, no, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, so is there some discussion? Councilmember Burns, do you have anything?
Surprisingly, Mayor, no, thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Ditto.
Councilmember Perez?
What he said.
Vice Mayor?
I just want to say thank you for going out for that additional funding. Very much appreciated, and the work I think is going to be, look forward to seeing what it looks like. So thank you.
We will certainly relay that to staff. It was written before our time, but we'll be glad to accept it and manage it.
Right. Yeah, I was going to just say congrats to staff for, that's a successful CDBG grant. And just comment on the project itself. You know, I'm not usually a fan of roundabouts, but at this particular intersection, I really think it's a great solution. I loved looking at the plans, and I know we've had a lot of problems at that particular spot with accidents and even a fatality. So I'm excited that we'll, to move forward with this. And so I think if there's no other discussion, we could go ahead and take a vote if I can get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. All right, next up are reports of city council officers, boards, and committees. We'll have our affordable housing review, staff report.
Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jamila Saka, and I'm the Housing Programs Coordinator for the City of Hollister under the Development Services Division. Sure, okay. The November 17th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission Planning Commission members requested a presentation to discuss definitions of area median income, get a better understanding of what affordable housing prices look like, and just, understanding some of the terms. At the December 15th Planning Commission meeting, staff presented the same presentation. And today we wanted to provide the presentation as kind of a prelude to some of the new ordinances that you may be seeing and some of the changes as well. So tonight, some of the three main discussion points that we're going to go over is discuss affordable housing policies and guidelines, discuss affordable definitions and provide examples, discuss affordable housing tools and future policies. Currently, one policy established is the housing element. The housing element, which is part of the general plan, requires all governments, cities, and counties to adequately plan to meet the future housing needs of everyone in the community. The City of Hollister will be working on the next housing element, which when adopted will serve as a blueprint for 2023 through 2031 cycle. At this time, staff has submitted a release for the RFP. We have reviewed consultants, and in the future, we'll be providing a contract for your review. Written within the housing element is a term known as regional housing needs allocation, or in staff local government realm, they say RHNA. So the State and Housing Community Development provides each county a regional housing needs determination based on the projected future community housing needs. San Benito County has been allocated to plan for 5,005 housing units in the next housing element cycle, which will be from now to 2031. With the assistance of San Benito County Council of Governments, all three jurisdictions in San Benito County are assigned a specific allocation, which will then equal the 5,005 units. At this time, the City of Hollister has been assigned 4,163 units. And within that, as you can see, they're broken up to those, 5 different categories within our RHNA. So we have acutely low, and I will go over the definition of area median income, but just wanted to break down the categories first. So acutely low income is defined as 0 to 15% of AMI. Extremely low income is defined as 15 to 30% AMI. Very low income is 30 to 50% AMI. Low income is 50 to 80%. And moderate income is then defined between 80 to 120%. With each cycle, the breakdown does not necessarily change. So area median income for moderate is always 80 to 120%, but what may change is the actual income amounts. In this slide, which is kind of a lot of information, but I will be breaking it down even further as well, indicates that the California Department of Housing and Community Development, they publish federal and state income limits annually. And to determine area median income in very short terms, it's based on an extensive technical methodology which assesses a 5-year median income estimate against changes in CPI inflation for that specific region. Area median income is used to determine and calculate program affordability for a multitude of federal and state grant programs, along with local ordinances and even local development agreements as well. The income limits are specific to each county. They're released every spring. Some years have been a little bit delayed, and upon its release, they are immediately effective. This breakdown is the current area or the current state and federal income guidelines for San Benito County. On the top of the table, you will see that is the household size. And on the left-hand side, you will see that breakdown, right, from acutely low to your moderate income. And at this time, for a family of 4, San Benito County's area median income is $105,100. And as stated before, the breakdown doesn't necessarily change, but the incomes inside the table may change over the years. So we have seen an increase in the area median income in the past few years, but at different times, the area median income, like during the recession, has decreased. One major caveat that I would like to go over before I provide examples is that the examples provided tonight are basic of the maximum affordable for sale and rental prices. There are several factors to consider when determining a maximum for sale and a maximum rental price. Factors could include previous development agreement approvals, their definitions within the development agreement, current interest rates, inclusion of utility or repair expenses, the household size, and additionally utility allowances. So again, these are very basic examples, and I will go over each of them. So for a affordable homeownership sale price, we are going to look at the definition of a moderate income sales price. It is based on the Health and Safety Code, which is listed there. Important to note that the Health and Safety Code does go over each of those brackets. But tonight I just wanted to highlight the moderate income level because it's a little bit easier. So the definition for a moderate income household affordable housing cost is not to be less than 28% of their gross income and not to exceed 35% of that. When you move on to the definition and how you determine it is you multiply 35% times 110% of the area median income for that specific family size. So tonight in the next example or the next slide, you'll see that we're going to be looking at a 4-person household. So in blue is the 35%, in red is 110%, and that green is our current area median income for a family of 4, which is $105,100. So if you were then to divide that by the 12 months in a year, the estimated maximum monthly mortgage that a moderate income household can spend is $3,371. Next, we're going to take that maximum value and we're going to break it down to what it could look like for an actual sales price of a moderate income home. So this is a 3-bedroom unit, 4-person household. Again, looking at the moderate income at the 110%. Remember, that's part of that definition. So at that point, it's about $115,000. In this example, we're looking at, and when I wrote this, I don't know if the interest rates have changed, but at that time, CalHFA's interest rate was at 6.8%. In this example, the household has provided a 5% down payment for a 30-year fixed rate loan. And in this example, just like in the caveat, we're providing or including property tax, mortgage insurance, and homeowners insurance. In this example, it does not provide a household having to spend utilities or repairs to their home. So in this example, an estimated maximum moderate homeownership sale price is $448,000. So with that price, their estimated monthly mortgage would be that $3,371. And again, that's at the maximum level. In the next slide, I really just made 2 changes, and that is the interest rate is now at 8%. That's not a CalHFA interest rate. And in this case, the household only was able to provide a 3% down payment. So that greatly changes their buying power. And so for this example, now the maximum moderate sales price that value can afford is $398,000. Again, with the maximum monthly mortgage of just the about $3,300. Next, we're going to be looking at the maximum rental price example. So with this definition, you will find in Health and Safety Code 50053. And the 2 examples that I'm going to show is for very low income and lower income households. Those are typically when affordable rentals are built, those are typically the household incomes that support some of those rentals. And so for a very low income household, you multiply the product of 30% times 50% of the area median income for that household size. And then for a lower income household, again, you multiply 30%, though instead you multiply that 30% by 60% of the area median income, again, for that appropriate size of the household. Again, in this Health and Safety Code, it does go over extremely low all the way to moderate, but I just wanted to highlight these 2 examples. And so one thing to also keep note is typically for rentals, they do include a type of utility allowance. This is used a lot for housing authority voucher programs. And basically this is just a common number of what a household or rental expense will be for your heating, your gas, or electricity. They use a standard fee. And so this example, when you multiply 30%, what is in blue, multiply by that by 50% of the area median income, for a very low income household of 4 individuals, the estimated maximum rental expense is about $656. And that's the max that they could be able to spend. For a lower income household, again, now multiplying that 60% times the area median income for a household of 4, the maximum monthly rental expense is $1,266. Typically with federal and state guidelines, they see a household as being rent burdened if it is more than 30% of their income. And so that's why in this example, you're charging approximately 30% of a portion of their income. I just wanted to highlight this. This isn't necessarily a portion that has to do with the evaluation or determination for an affordable rental unit, but at this time, the HUD or the federal department has updated San Benito County's fair market rent values. So this is really important to our housing authority and our housing voucher programs, because as they increased it, this basically allows them to look at other apartment rentals that they might have been priced out before. So it's both a good and bad thing in this case that the fair market rent values have increased. It just gives them a little bit potentially more opportunity to find rentals in that price point if there are some. And next, I just wanted to highlight that with affordable housing, it really isn't just like a one size fits all. It really isn't just one tool that's going to help the city of Hollister succeed and help to meet our ultimate goals with our RENA, but also, right, just to be able to help our community. One policy that you will see very shortly is the inclusionary policy, which basically requires future development to build a certain percentage of affordable housing on site. Some bigger policies that you will be seeing is our housing element. That is going to be one of the biggest projects that you will see this year, is updating that housing element, and as it will be due this year. Again, you've heard a lot about accessory dwelling units, and our staff provided a great summary of some of the programs that we will be bringing towards and providing accessory dwelling units. And the next biggest things are state and federal grants. So when there are state and federal grants available for housing production, housing assistance, mortgage assistance, ADU completion assistance, that's something that the city of Hollister is going to be working towards and hopefully providing as they do get released. And the next ones that are available, but particularly available to nonprofit developers, are tax credits. So that's something, like I said, that the city of Hollister has done well working with our nonprofits to be able to produce and provide affordable housing. And lastly, though there isn't one in the city of Hollister, some larger jurisdictions do rely on housing trusts to be able to accumulate larger amounts of money to fund affordable projects. I kind of highlighted this already, but like I said, we will be providing some future items that you will see related to and directly to the production of affordable housing here in the city of Hollister. And they all have future dates, and March is just going to be March and April are going to be very busy for staff and for you as well. So though it's a quick presentation, I just really wanted to be able to provide a small summary so it can be able to have some of those ideas in mind as we move forward with our ordinances. And so at this time, if there's any questions, and then however you proceed as well. So thank you.
So this isn't actually a voting item. So if we want to have questions or discussion, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. When is the housing element rework due?
Technically, there's a few different timelines, but it will be due December 31st at 2023. And then at that time, that's the review period for the housing and community development. But it may not get adopted until early 2024.
Are we on track?
We sure hope so. We have our consultant, and the contract will be coming soon. They were supportive of us, and they understand that it's going to be a quick timeline. But we are working together, and you'll see the contract shortly. But the hard and the difficult part is we were one of the last jurisdictions to receive our determination numbers. So we're really hoping that the state can be able to potentially allow an extension because we were literally, I think, the last jurisdiction to get our numbers. And we are still in the same cycle as people who received ours 6 months prior, 8 months prior. So we are hoping and we will be working tightly with HCD. And thankfully, the consultant that we would hopefully get approved does have great communication with the state as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Inclusionary housing.
Mhm.
Who's working on that?
So the entire planning department, but the consultant is PlaceWorks. And so they constructed the feasibility study and constructed the ordinance. But really it will be a team effort within the planning division, also the housing division.
Okay. What's the date that we're looking at having that come back?
So it is in legal review at this time. And I think we don't have a date certain, but we're thinking sometime at the end of March
Okay.
for planning commission or early April.
For planning commission.
Yeah, so it does have to go to planning commission first because it is an ordinance and then your common readings here at the council.
Okay. What took it so long? Why did this process take so long? I remember having conversations with staff years ago about the inclusionary housing and to how we can bring that forward. And for some reason or another, it never came back. What's taking so long with that?
I think it's a multitude of things and I can't speak completely on the development services division. Sorry, it's been a long day. But I think the great thing is prior, we didn't have funding to be able to have the feasibility study, to have a consultant work on a very critical ordinance. And so we have an approved RSV2 grant. I don't know if Christy or any of the other staff members would like to speak on it because they were in the beginning stages as I was on leave. But I think it's a multitude of things and it takes time to write an ordinance and we want to make sure we're really thoughtful. And then on top of that as well, you guys provided in the general plan ad hoc meetings, or is that what you'd call them? In your meetings, you guys provided great, yes, advisory meetings. You guys provided great feedback that we then took all of that information and provided it to our consultant. So though it may have taken a long time, I think the way it worked out with our general plan, having community feedback, I think in the end is actually better versus staff just bringing forward an ordinance and having no community feedback. I think that was actually really, really great that it timed well with the general plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if Christy, you'd like to add anything, but I think even though it had taken longer, I think it worked out best the way it did because not every jurisdiction brings it forward to their community.
Yeah, I remember you said something that reminded me. Weren't you in charge of securing the funding for the contractor, or how were you involved in that process? Were you in charge of securing the funding for that?
Oh, with PlaceWorks, no. That was through our planning division because, well, it was somewhat a little bit of a joint effort, but they brought forward, the planning division brought forward the contract. I just brought forward the grant that is paying for the contract.
And how long ago did you secure that grant?
Well, there was delays with COVID, so we applied in 2019, but we didn't receive the grant award probably until almost a year later.
So in 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, so about 3 years, is that normal for an inclusionary housing policy to be brought back like 3 years later from the time that it was starting? It just seems like a really, really long time.
Well, I think partially what Jamila was talking about is the efforts that were made for the inclusionary housing ordinance to be inclusionary, to really have discussions, to get feedback. There are some jurisdictions that just go forward and just present an ordinance without having those discussions with the community. It can take a lot less time, but there is a lot involved. When you see this ordinance, you'll see just how much thought has gone into it, tailored to specifically the city of Hollister.
All right. I've been sitting up here for about 3 different councils, and I remember seeing it back when I was first elected. And then I think we talked about the funding the second 2 years I was in office, and then now we are here. So it's like, it's taking quite a bit of time. I'm just wondering what's going on with that process. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any questions or comments? No? Councilman? All right. Let's see. Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, no public comments for this item.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Great
Thank
job.
you. We will see you a lot more soon.
All right. So next we have an informational report to the City Council of the City of Hollister providing information regarding an after study for traffic control measures installed at Buena Vista Road and at Central Avenue. May we have the staff report?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. This agenda item, as you said, is to provide information regarding an after study that was done for the traffic measures installed at Buena Vista Road and Central Avenue. As such, staff recommends that City Council receive this informational report and presentation prepared by Kimberly Horn. We have Derek Wu online ready to present.
Mayor, if I could, while they're bringing that up,
Yes.
you have a municipal code section that requires council approval to go past 10 o'clock and you're at 9:55.
Okay, so we need council approval?
Yes.
then? So can I get, is it consensus or vote?
You can do it by consensus.
Okay, do we have consensus to carry on? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. This is Derek Wu from Kimberly Horn. I'm trying to share my screen for the presentation. One moment, please.
Well, he puts that up. I have a question for the city attorney. Is that okay, Madam Mayor? About
Yes.
going past 10 o'clock?
Sure.
According to the new state law, we're allowed to Zoom if there's childcare issues. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, so there's, we actually have a chart and I can share it with all of council. It breaks down what AB 361 is. It breaks down what the other one is, but those are all things that have to be declared at the beginning,
Got it.
before we post the
That'd be
agenda.
helpful for us to have that breakdown. I think we were just having a little discussion about that. That'd be nice to have.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Cool.
send it to all of council.
Great, thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble joining. I'm not, would the host be allowed to allow me to share screen? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, and everyone attending tonight's meeting. My name is Derek Wu, and I'm a project engineer with the consulting firm Kimberly Horn. I'm here to present an informational report regarding traffic calming measures that were implemented along Buena Vista Road and Central Avenue. The objective of this report and the traffic data collected in the field was to determine if the improvements are effective traffic calming measures and if the improvements are effective at addressing the needs of the community. We'll go ahead and first start with a brief overview of the traffic calming projects for Buena Vista and Central and provide a background of existing conditions. So this aerial map provides an overview of the Buena Vista and Central traffic calming project limits. Both streets provide direct driveway access to residential homes, access to Calaveras Elementary School, and access between downtown Hollister and the regional state highways. As you see in the yellow outline, Buena Vista Road extends from the western city limits to San Benito Street in the east, which includes the North Street extension over the hill. In 2021, the city retained Kimberly Horn to prepare a traffic calming study for Buena Vista Road. From the results of that study and input from the community, a roadway improvement plan was prepared in 2022, which currently includes raised speed cushions along the corridor. For Central Avenue in the orange outline, the traffic calming study was conducted in 2019, which extends between Margaret Drive in the west to Locust Avenue in the east. Based on community input and city direction, a series of traffic calming improvements were installed in 2021. The purpose of the traffic calming studies were to determine if traffic calming is needed, and if needed, which measures should be implemented in the neighborhood. The ITE definition of traffic calming is the combination of measures to reduce the negative effects of motor vehicle use alter driver behavior, and improve conditions for non-motorized users. For Buena Vista and Central, the 4 goals of traffic calming are to 1, reduce vehicle speeds, 2, reduce collision, 3, increase bike and pedestrian safety, and 4, increase access for all modes of transportation. So reducing vehicle speeds is one of the main traffic calming goals, and it is a significant factor in roadway safety. This figure here compares vehicle stopping distance based on vehicle speeds. From this chart, vehicles traveling at a faster speed require more distance to come to a complete stop. The total stopping distance is based on the driver's reaction time to step on the brakes, shown in the orange, plus the actual stopping distance of the vehicle, shown in blue. So for example, imagine a scenario where a child suddenly darts into the street and is about 200 feet away from an approaching car. If the car's speed is 40 miles per hour, the stopping distance is 300 feet, almost an entire football field long. And in this example, the car is driving too fast to avoid a potential collision at 200 feet. However, if the car is driving 30 miles per hour, just 10 miles per hour slower, the stopping distance decreases to 196 feet. And in this example, the car would be able to stop and avoid a potential collision. The main takeaway is that slowing vehicle speeds increases the driver's ability to avoid potential collisions and increases safety for everyone sharing the road. Kimmy Horn and city staff also conducted several public workshops and an online survey in both English and Spanish to gather the community's comments and concerns they would like addressed with traffic calming. The left column are the public comments for Buena Vista Road, while the right column are comments for Central Avenue. For both streets, the public indicated that speeding was an issue and wanted measures to reduce speeds. In addition, the public wanted measures to improve visibility and safety for bikes and pedestrians. Other comments, such as reducing impacts to on-street parking, support for speed cushions, lack of school speed zones, and low stop sign compliance, were also taken into consideration and shaped which traffic calming measures were implemented to best address the community's needs. So next, we'll go ahead and compare the Buena Vista roadway conditions before and after traffic calming measures were installed. So before any traffic calming, Buena Vista Road is a 2-lane collector street that provides driveway access to homes on the south side and new development on the north side. The street varies between 24 to 60 feet wide and provides connection to State Route 156 and Calaveras Elementary School. The current Buena Vista roadway condition with traffic calming is shown here. The blue areas show the location of 13 speed cushions that was installed. These speed cushions are not the only traffic calming measures, however. Other planned roadway improvements, such as bike lane striping, pedestrian sidewalks, enhanced crosswalks, and pavement rehab, are currently in final design and will be constructed in the future. In November 2022, new traffic counts were collected at several locations along Buena Vista to compare traffic volumes and speeds between the before and after study conditions. This slide here compares the reported collision data before and after traffic calming improvements. The orange stars show collisions reported between 2015 and 2021, while the blue diamonds show collisions that reported after the traffic calming was installed. In the before study condition, 17 collisions occurred and the average collision rate was 2.8 collisions per year. However, in the after study condition, 1 collision has since occurred and the average collision rate has reduced to 1 accident per year. This slide compares the 85th percentile vehicle speeds observed along Buena Vista. The orange arrows show the speeds before traffic calming, while the blue arrows show the speeds after traffic calming was installed. As you can see, most of the speeds in the before study condition exceed the posted 25 to 35 mile per hour speed limits. However, with speed cushions installed last year, the 85th percentile speeds reduced significantly in the blue arrows. For example, by the school, the observed speeds reduced from 42 to 24 miles per hour in the eastbound direction and from 44 to 28 miles in the westbound direction, which is more in line with the posted speed limits. So overall, the traffic data indicates that the 85th percentile speeds have decreased between the before and after study conditions. Before traffic calming, the existing average 85th percentile speed was 44 miles per hour along the corridor. After study conditions, traffic calmings reduced speeds to 30 miles per hour, which is a reduction of about 14 miles per hour or a 32% speed reduction. These results indicate that the traffic calming features on Buena Vista are making a positive impact toward reducing average vehicle speeds along the corridor. The graphs shown here provide a visual comparison of average daily traffic and vehicle speeds. In the after study condition, traffic volumes actually increased, along Buena Vista Road due to the new North Street extension to San Benito Street. However, despite this additional traffic, the average 85th percentile speeds decreased from 44 to 30 miles per hour with the new speed cushions installed. The next set of slides will compare Central Avenue roadway conditions before and after traffic calming. And so before any traffic calming, Central Avenue is a 2-lane local residential street, provides driveway access to homes. The street varies between 40 to 52 feet wide and provides a direct connection to the Calaveras Elementary School and several neighborhood parks. The current roadway condition with traffic calming on Central is shown here. The improvements consist of traffic circles installed at several intersections shown in purple, curb extensions at the Felice stop intersection shown in blue, center medians installed between Felice and College shown in green, and several speed feedback signs installed along the road shown in orange. Again, in November of 2022, new traffic counts were collected at several locations along Central to compare traffic volumes and speeds in the before and after study conditions. So this slide here compares the reported collision data before and after traffic calming. Reported collisions between 2014 and 2019 are in orange, while the blue show collisions reported after traffic calming was installed. In the before study condition, about 17 collisions occurred, and the average collision rate was 3.4 collisions per year. However, in the after study condition, 4 collisions have occurred, and the average collision rate reduced to 2 accidents per year with the installed traffic calming measures. The 85th percentile speeds were also compared along Central, and as you can see, most of the speeds in the before study condition in the orange were traveling at speeds between 26 to 34 miles per hour. However, with traffic calming measures, the 85th percentile speeds decreased in the blue arrows. By the school, for example, the observed speeds reduced from 29 to 26 in the eastbound direction and from 30 to 27 in the westbound direction. Again, overall, the data shows that traffic volumes and speeds decreased between the before and after study conditions. In the before study conditions, the 85th percentile speed was average was 31 miles per hour along the corridor. And with the after study condition with traffic calming, the speeds reduced to 28 miles per hour, which is a reduction of about 3 miles per hour or a 10% speed reduction. These results indicate that traffic calming features on Central are making positive impact toward reducing average vehicle speeds along the corridor. And then the graphs here provide a visual comparison of the average daily traffic and the vehicle speeds. In the after study condition, traffic volumes and 85th percentile speeds decreased along Central. One additional safety metric that was measured was stop compliance at the Central Felice intersection next to the elementary school. In the before study condition shown on the left here, about 26% of drivers were observed making a full stop at the school crosswalk, with about 6% of the drivers not stopping at all. However, in the after study condition with curb extensions and crosswalk improvements, as you see in this picture here, the amount of full stop compliance increased to about 50%, and the percentage of drivers not stopping at all reduced 2%. So this data indicates that the traffic calming is making a positive impact and improving bike and pedestrian safety by the school. So what are the conclusions that we can get from the after study? So based on the after study data, all of the traffic calming goals for Buena Vista and Central are being achieved. The improvements have met the goal of 1, reducing vehicle speeds, 2, reducing collisions, 3, increasing safety for bikes and peds, and 4, increasing access for all modes of transportation in the neighborhood. In addition, most of the community's comments and concerns are being met with traffic calming. For Buena Vista Road, the after study data and proposed traffic calming measures are, yes, reducing vehicle speeds. The data shows that speed reductions up to 32% are being achieved with the speed cushions. Yes, improving access to bikes and peds, Yes. Maintaining on-street parking, and yes, improving roadway enforcement and compliance in the neighborhood. Also for Central Avenue, most of the community's comments and concerns are being met with traffic calming. The after study data and traffic calming measures are, again, yes, reducing vehicle speeds. The data shows speed reductions up to 10% along Central. Yes, improving access for bikes and peds. Yes, providing speed feedback signs along the corridor. And yes, improving intersection and stop compliance in the neighborhood. So in conclusion, the traffic data observed in the after study condition for Buena Vista Road and Central Avenue indicate that traffic calming measures are successful in making a positive impact toward reducing average vehicle speeds along the corridor, enhancing vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian safety, and finally, addressing traffic safety consistent with the San Benito County and Hollister Local Road and Safety Plan. This concludes the presentation on the traffic calming after study report. I would like to thank council and everyone for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have some questions or discussion? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales, you said that your biggest complaint was RVs in your district. My biggest complaint, and I'm sure the chief can attest to this, was speeding down Buena Vista. Before that, it was Central Avenue. I don't get those calls anymore. It's not perfect, but there we have it. The studies show that I don't know what else to say. That's proof that it's working. A couple of notes, starting with Buena Vista. Well, Buena Vista and Central. Calaveras is there. We're talking about the safety of our kids. We're talking about the children on the west side having safe access and a safe route to get to school. They did not feel comfortable riding their bikes. The parents didn't feel comfortable driving them to, walking them to school. It was very, very dangerous. This is why we're doing these traffic measures or traffic calming measures. If we look at the point that they brought up about North, that was surprising to hear. We knew North was going to open up, and we were talking about getting the speed humps in Buena Vista before that. And look what happened. There's more vehicles coming through there because North opened up, but the traffic is moving slower. That is what we want to see as far as being proactive in these types of things and services that we're providing for our constituents here. On Central Avenue was the first that I can think of traffic calming street or project that we took on. And it did happen to be my district, and it did happen to be before COVID. I was really, really impressed by the entire process of having the community come out of the surveys. I just think that the Kimley Horn did a wonderful job, and the staff that was working on it did a fantastic job. Some of them are not here anymore, but it was a really, really rewarding thing to be a part of and to see it through. And again, it's all about the kids, from the little details of making the bulb outs more where they're crossing right there to get to school to lower the amount that they have to cross the road. I learned a lot with this process. And I do think that that might have helped to kick off some of these other ones. So Kimley Horn actually entered us into, I went with the assistant city manager and myself to an award ceremony because Kimley Horn entered Central Avenue to an award ceremony put on by the American Public Works Association. We've got recognition for a transportation project of less than $5 million for traffic calming awarded to us and Kimley Horn Associates because of what happened on Central. So I brought that back for you guys to see. I'm sure we'll hang it proudly here in City Hall. And it just goes to show, folks, that traffic calming measures may be a bit of an inconvenience to some people. I know there's a lot of talk about it, but it works. And ultimately, we're doing it for the safety of our constituents. Having said that, I did find a lot of value sitting in the room full of engineers, and I do find a lot of value in contracting with Kimley Horn. And I forget who else we contracted with that was there, because they are some of the brightest minds. If they don't know how to solve an issue, then they have partners that they can go to within their firm, and they can help us solve these issues. It's proven. So I appreciate Kimley Horn. I appreciate the other contractors. I forget who it was. Having said all that, I think we need to do a little bit of education here for our public. I think that we need to let them know of what this study shows. And I think that we should have a press release to let them know. And on the flip side of that, there happens to be a lot of talk about Lad Lane. Let's talk about Lad Lane. I think Tina's on the line. What I would like to see, city attorney, city manager, and I'm hoping that we can move forward with this. We should have a ribbon cutting for Lad Lane. We should give away some bikes. We should have the police out there. We should invite all the community to come out there and celebrate that our kids that are going to be walking to Lad Lane get to walk and ride their bikes down a road that's much more safer than what it used to be. And again, I would encourage us to do a study after the fact in about a year so that we can have the data to back that up. So I would like for us to move forward with that. I don't know if that has to be agendized. Probably so. Then I'm happy to bring it up in my information report. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any comments, questions?
So do we have a study on where on the roads next to, well, not Buena Vista and Central, but I do know that, you know what, in my neck of the woods, it's like people just go to the next street. So you get a combined a collective of speeders going down one street. Again, I will always say that it's a behavior problem. Speeding is a behavior problem. It's my foot being too heavy on the gas. It has nothing to do with the road. That's it.
Vice Mayor? No comments? Great report. Thank you. I do have a question for you, though. I just, because I have spent a lot of time since the Lad Lane restriping, a lot of comments. And I'm glad we are still planning to bring back and have a special meeting to talk about traffic calming measures generally and get some more comments from the public, I think. But my question for you, Derek, is the placement of speed humps. I thought I read 250 feet or 500 feet apart. I mean, is that standard? I mean, why so close together? Why so many in a row? Do you need that many to slow traffic down? Or because some of the complaints I'm hearing from people is their transmissions, my own rear rim tire, after going over 10 speed bumps every day to take someone to work, I had to replace it. So I'm just wondering about that. Can you enlighten us a little?
Yeah. So in terms of the recommended 250 to 500 feet placement, those are kind of engineering best practices from ITE in terms of traffic calming and installing a speed hump, speed cushions. The reason for that is to maintain a consistent speed throughout the corridor. If the cushions were placed too far apart, then what we would see is a good number of acceleration immediately after going over the humps and kind of defeating the purpose of maintaining a slower, reduced speed throughout the whole corridor. And so that's kind of the reason why the IT kind of recommends that kind of recommended spacing within the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And to Councilmember Perez's comment about traffic just moving, because that's basically what I did. I changed my route because I could not go over 10 speed bumps every day. Have you done any studies to see the impacts? Are other streets being affected? Did you do any studies along those lines with these projects?
We have not done a study yet of looking if there was a significant traffic diversion caused by the traffic calming improvements along Buena Vista Central. Mainly, this study was just looking at the improvements themselves and see how the measures stood up against other after studies done in other parts of the country or other projects.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you go back to the slide on both Central and Buena Vista that shows what the arrows of the speed were before and after the study? I think it was the green and blue arrows. Yeah, green and orange, blue and orange, sorry. What is the actual speed limit on Buena Vista? It's 35, 30, and 25. Is that correct, or is that central?
This is the speed limit shown on Buena Vista. These are signs that when our staff went out to the field, these is what the current signs shown in the sections of the road.
So in some of the areas, I noticed that even though we have all those speed humps, we're still going over the speed that we're supposed to be going. Is that correct? In particular by the school, it says 25 miles an hour, but we still have cars going 28 and 24. Well, 24 is right under. Over at the very beginning by north, we've got 40 miles per hour in a 30-mile-per-hour zone.
There's no cushions there, right? On that part. Is that correct? At that end?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. The cushions have not been installed on the section of North Street, only on the Buena Vista between Bersini and Locust Avenue. Currently.
In fact, we would probably need more cushions there than less.
That is correct. The improvement plan that is would improve Buena Vista with other improvements that I mentioned earlier. Do have plans to have additional speed cushions along North Street. We're currently, when we went out in the field, not all of them were in place yet.
Okay. And then my final question would be for the city manager. This new council can do anything they'd like. They can make requests for after studies. They can put cushions all over the city. They can take cushions out all over the city. This new council can do whatever they'd like in regards to the traffic calming measures, essentially, right?
The way I understand it is because of the way that the study came out and showed calming, you could still bring it back and make a separate ask and get consensus and do one. But just going the way that we normally do, once the study is out and showing that it had calmed, depending on where it is, if it's warranted, then we can go forward. If it's not, then it would be a simple request.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. I tried so hard. I think the bottom line here is number of collisions, number of kids hit, cars are replaceable, brakes, tires, suspension is repairable or replaceable. So I would like to ask our subject matter expert and ask the chief of police what his thoughts are.
Thank you, Councilmember Burns. I do want to point out that the area up North Street, the majority of it doesn't have any homes once you get past the first intersection. And I think that's why that speed limit is a little higher. But as you can see from the study, the speeds, even at 28 miles an hour, heading westbound on Buena Vista versus 44 miles an hour before, that's a huge decrease. I mean, I don't see that you can't look at this study and see that it's effective. And you're right to bring that up in regards to that lane. There's a lot of criticism going on right now over the improvements that are being made. This is why. This is a good indicator of what we're trying to do. And I think that there could be discussion. There's a lot of speed humps on Buena Vista. I'm not sure that remove some of them or not, but as it is right now, it is effective. And it's an indicator of when we have intersections or streets with a high number of accidents and people driving really fast, and especially next to a school, that this was the right way to handle this through the city council.
Yes, Councilmember.
Chief, is it still slowing down our fire engines?
Speed humps, speed bumps, they'll slow down. They'll slow down the apparatus by about 10 seconds, each speed hump. So you got 13 on Buena Vista. That's 2 minutes and 10 seconds that you slowed us down. But from my understanding, the way they're engineered now,
And as it was explained to us, you have a speed bump and it's not spanning the entire street. There's a small section on either side that's a little narrower. So if we were told when they put them on there that we're to hit them over 35 miles an hour, the back end won't fill it. So if we slow down for the speed bump and we try to negotiate it, we're going to fill it, and the suspension is going to fill it also. So if they're continue to put in the way these are, and the fire department is explained, you have to hit it at a certain speed, then it won't cause that much of a detriment on our response. So, and we bring this up because the brain dies without oxygen in 6 minutes, and fire doubles in size every 2 minutes. So minutes count, seconds count for us. As long as they're engineered like this, and we did a test run, we took an engine out there. Mark from Kimley Horn went out there, the city manager, Will was out there with us, and it seemed to be effective. But if you go on either side, it's going to slow you down considerably.
So you gotta hit that speed bump doing 35 miles an hour?
Yeah,
I'll try it. I'll try it.
Not in a regular car though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've got to have, even with our dualies, I think it was, do you remember the distance, William?
The middle one is six feet.
Yeah.
And the inside width of the front axle, I think is.
That's one.
So, yeah.
But it's the back one.
Just enough to straddle it. The back axle is a little narrower for the dual tire.
They're dual tire.
But the suspension, if you hit it fast enough, suspension absorbs that shock.
How many times do you hit big bumps like that in the fire trucks before?
Oh.
Before speed humps?
Well, not.
I mean, because you know what, then we get the cost of maintenance.
Yeah.
How much is our new fire engine going to be?
We're looking at 650,000, just an engine, one engine.
Oh,
And then the truck is going to be 1.2 million.
oh yeah, the new one that's coming, 1.2 million. Yeah. So how often, and with our fire trucks, you can just take them anywhere and have their alignment
No,
done and
they're-
springs
they're-
done?
Yeah, no, you can't buy parts like at AutoZone or Chief Auto. You have to get them specially made. And they're expensive. The
Okay.
suspension is extremely expensive.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may add, to further clarify on Councilmember Resendez's question, there was an allocation for studies and this type of work as well that I had forgot to mention. So that is something that could be used for that as well, to clarify.
Thank you. All right, so if there's no more comment, do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, well, let's move on to item 3, the business loan program update and council direction. Staff report.
Thank you. Paul will be bringing up the staff report or the presentation in just a moment. I'll get
Okay.
started. Just setting it up to share on Zoom. So just give us one moment. Thank you, Paul. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I was before you a few weeks ago with an update on the business loan program, and we talked about many different items. And at that meeting, you had directed me to come back with updates at each council meeting following that meeting. So tonight is the first update that we're coming back with. So I'd like to just give a little bit of background first. So staff was given direction to develop a low interest business loan program. And I know that during the the development of that, there was multiple conversations on council and it landed at a low interest business loan program. So the funding for this program has been made possible by the American Rescue Plan Act. And the goals, as stated in the guidelines where it landed, was to bring new businesses in the downtown area, assist our downtown businesses with ADA improvements, to increase accessibility, leading to increased activity downtown and increased local sales tax base. So the loan is 15-year monthly payments, 2% simple interest up to $150,000 for new businesses with a commercial kitchen in the downtown district, and up to $50,000 for ADA improvements for businesses in the downtown district. And so I should clarify that there was also given direction for $300,000 for up to $300,000 if the business owned the property in which they were operating their business. So at that time, we had 4 applications submitted. One loan of $150,000 has been awarded to the Baylor at the Pendergrass. 2 eligible applications were received. 1 ineligible application was received. And staff was given direction on October 3rd to come back with revisions to the program. So on February 6th, staff returned with recommendations based on council and staff feedback. Program was updated by direction of the city council. And so the new program guidelines, just overall, was 1, a revolving factor on the loan program to make it a revolving program. 15-year term, monthly payments with 2% simple interest. So those stayed the same. The loan amount of up to $150,000, and that's where formally it went to the $300,000. So I misspoke in the beginning. That was the original approved, and coming to the $300,000 for owning the commercial property was done formally on February 6th. And it was for all businesses with publicly accessible locations in Hollister, priority for downtown. 2 rounds of applications, 1 starting February 27th and 1 on April 1st. And then to provide the city council with updates. So in preparation, after that meeting, I went out and worked with members of our team. So we met with a local bank to discuss best practices and potential partnership to help operate the actual loan program. Reached out to multiple community development financial institutions and met with them to discuss the program and kind of learn how they do those programs. Worked with a lending software platform to secure a quote for a full-scale online lending and servicing platform. So applicants could apply online, loans could be reviewed online, documents could be updated and uploaded, communication back and forth, and then ultimately the underwriting and servicing of the loan. A review of the program guidelines, application and contract materials with the city attorney and administrative services director. So really took a deep dive into all of that because there was changes based on the direction at the last meeting. So consideration. So upon further review, we've had many questions that have come up through the process of getting ready to roll the program out. So one of the first things that came up was being clear that the intent was not for debt consolidation with loan proceeds. With a 2% loan, it's foreseeable that you would get businesses that may want to consolidate existing debt that may be at a much higher interest rate and use the 2% to simply buy down that debt. Then you get into the seizing of collateral upon loan defaults. So there are costs associated with seizing collateral and the possibility to becoming owners or part owners of residential, commercial property, or vehicles. To collateralize the loans, there is the opportunity to put property and vehicles and those type of items up against the loan. So the monitoring of property used for collateral, so the assessing of real estate used for this collateral, vehicles transferring ownership or totaled. So if there was a $20,000 loan and someone put one of their pieces of a truck or a van up against that and it gets totaled the next day, what does that look like from a collateral standpoint? Proof of equity. So the equity that that the applicant could have in the property itself that they are putting against the loan. Considerations of when a business ownership changes, sale or death, or partners go their separate ways. How does that? What are the impacts there? And then the long-term value of collateral versus the life of the loan. Additionally, there's a need for ongoing tracking of insurance compliance for the collateral. So there is a whole process of making sure that whatever the collateral is, it's pledged, is insured against that value. And then there's the whole tracking component throughout the 15 years. A consideration that the requirement that the business is in good standing with the city and the county. So no late water, sewer, other city fines, fees, or outstanding property tax. So we would want to consider that and look at that. And then reporting requirements and the verification of how funds are used. So one of the things we have to consider is if there is a business plan put forward and with these dollars, this is what we expect to use and purchase, ensuring that that was purchased and how, and were the funds used in accordance to the application and the business plan. And then the appropriateness of a funding request too. You get into, as staff, are we getting into the weeds of, if you need the widget maker 1,000, is the widget maker 500 a better option, right? The staff have the capacity to analyze what makes the most sense. When you're working with a bank, typically that is done. The impacts of a business filing bankruptcy throughout this. In talking with a banking partner, one of the first things that they mentioned to us was working to that most SBA loans require that the city would be in the second position. And so on a lien. And so not only would that impact businesses with an existing SBA loan, but may impact a business's ability to secure one in the future. Furthermore, the frequency that a business can apply in the future, right? If we're looking at a revolving concept, is there a one and done? Is it a every 5 years? Do we have an idea behind that? Can an owner and or group that owns multiple businesses receive multiple loans? Then there's a question of, should there be restrictions on certain industries? Is there a concern about liquor stores, adult entertainment, cannabis type businesses? We do not have direction there. So that is something that came up amongst, the review of the existing program. Requests to amend portions of the loan agreement. So we have a loan agreement in place. It is foreseeable that businesses may ask for us to review that and go through that process. So we would want to, that is in consultation with the city attorney and what that would look like and the willingness of the council to move. And then if you're doing it for one, do you do it for others? And what does that look like? Will the business really in need have the record keeping acumen that the program requires? So we may be faced with businesses that do not have the record keeping that is needed, and we would need to work with them to ensure that they get there. And then loan appeals impacting the timeliness of executing qualified loans. So I think it's fair to say that if someone applied for $150,000 and the loan review board came back and said, based on the financials presented, we're comfortable with a recommendation of $50,000, I can say with confidence that there will be an immediate appeal to that. And so then you get in a cash flow position of, do you make any loans until you've gone through the appeals with everybody else? Because then you don't know what the true cost of the overall program is or could be. And then the overall loan appeals board composition. So staff is still working on that, but and have some ideas there. but you do run into some potential challenges throughout that. So we did a financial analysis. So the first piece is revolving. So we got asked to look at the revolving piece. With the interest at 2%, it would generate, if every dollar was loaned out today, it would generate $21,000 in annual interest. And we would receive back, if everybody paid their bills on time and the dollars were there, $154,000 in annual payments. So essentially we would be coming back, if all things were perfect, with enough to make possibly one loan per year. We talked about the software. So in going through the analysis and working with a software developer, a well-respected firm, $34,000 for an annual subscription and $14,000 in implementation fees. So again, that's generating $21,000 of interest. So just right there, that would eat into the cost. Legal fees, you're looking at $250 an hour as we start to put, contracts for review, as well as the additional costs for defaults and the additional costs for collections. So as soon as loans go into that status, that's going to be more staff time and more time working directly with legal. And then for the staff time overall, the program does not have a staffing budget. I think that we had heard through all of our conversations that it requires full-time staff. There's no loan origination fees throughout it to capture any of the costs that would come with credit checks, all the different types of checks along the way. In talking with the CDFIs, basically what they're looking at and what other cities have done is through CDFIs, other type of agencies are operating these programs, but it's typically at a prime plus 2%, 1.5%, 3%. And then those firms that operate it, they are paid out of the interest. So when talking with the CDFI at 2%, there's not enough meat on the bone. And so I had asked in the past what had been done, like in COVID when there were low interest. Well, there was subsidies given from the funder, and one in particular, $100,000 grant from a bank to help make that program whole. And so I wanted to come back and kind of give you the update on where we're at so far with the process and open it up for discussion and possible direction.
Okay, do we have some questions, comments, discussion? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So my bottom line takeaway here is doesn't feel like we're going to be able to get to yes, as it's clearly stated tonight. My concern is, candidly, I think it would have been helpful to have this presentation before the council went forward, but the horse is already out of the barn. And so my thoughts would be, we have 3 right now or 2 that are still interested.
We have, basically we had 2 we had one that was funded, one that was ineligible, 2 that were eligible. One chose to proceed forward. The other chose to proceed in the next program, in the next loan program. So technically 2.
So I guess my immediate thoughts would be hit the brakes. Let's see if we can get to yes with those 2. And it seems to me like the real solution here is going to be very unpopular, but it just, we're not in the business to make loans. It just doesn't feel like we have the ability or the resources. I guess my thought would be to raise the interest rate to make it feasible to ultimately have somebody else do all the work. And we could just be the funder of the loan, and let's get out of the loan business, because it just doesn't feel like we're going to be successful, frankly. And so those are my initial thoughts, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a bit more complicated than we had initially thought, right? So I appreciate all the work that you've done to bring to us to give us more clarity. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Burns, and if we can't go that route, then I think we had talked about possibly like maybe grants, granting that money to local businesses. So that's I'm just open to hear what the rest of the council would like to suggest. I'd love to hear from the public comment, and then I'd like to hear your thoughts as well.
Councilmember Perez.
I think that it's definitely a lot more complicated than anybody originally thought by loaning this money out. The other thing is, hindsight's always 20/20. Thinking about, you know what? Are we a financial institute? Not really. So it's like, I'm all in favor for going back just to a grant. The only thing is, I wish that whatever we could, if we're gonna go back that direction, or whatever direction we go, we need to get there quick, because I know there's some people who've been waiting for a long time, and from my understanding, I guess the line's starting to form.
Oh, yes, we've received considerable interest since the last meeting of basically, if I were to make the assumption that everybody asked for 150, you'd be well oversubscribed already.
Okay.
2% interest at a time like this, where these loans would be 7 to 8, 9% in the market, you're going to get considerable interest.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. I think if we look back at what was the intent, we were coming out of COVID. We had ARPA money. It was designed to provide relief for our small businesses and our community to help ensure that folks were employed, or people that were having difficulties, or people that were having a hard time either opening or maintaining their business opening during that time. That's what this is for. It's unfortunate it's taken us this long. So that was the spirit. Looking at it now, I think I'd like to hear your recommendations, but if for whoever we have in queue right now to make it so that we're not doing loans, or we're not getting into that loan business, I think that would put the city in a situation that we can't. It would be too much from an administrative perspective. And also, even if we raise the interest rate, I think all the things that we would have to track would probably not be something that the city would want to engage in. So I'd like to hear your recommendations, and definitely think, I believe other jurisdictions look at these as grants, and you have a lot of different models that you can look to see what was effective. I also like to hear public comment.
Okay. So very nice presentation and very thorough, and I thank you for that. I can see you spent a lot of time, a lot of investigation, and it's really appreciated because it is eye-opening. I don't think the city wants to be a bank. I don't think the city wants to be repo men or have to do any of that. As much as the intent was to help businesses. I would agree with Councilmember Perez. Well, actually several of them. Grants seem to be a much simpler and easier way that we could achieve the goals of helping local business without all the strings and all of the work that staff would have to do. I know we have one loan outstanding and possibly another one in the works, but perhaps we could do something with them, reduce their loan by whatever grant amount we're giving to others, so that it's not an unfair, thing. But I would lean in that direction, because we do want to still encourage economic development, and maybe some kind of a business plan they present, whatever you can figure out. But I'd like to hear from you as well, David, because I know you've invested a lot of time in this, and I'm sure you have thoughts.
Sure. Do you want thoughts now or after
Should we
public
do
comment?
public comment first, you think? Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, yes. Our first speaker is Michael Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Michael Jones, one half of Churros. Let's see, we applied for the program when it first opened. We've met every requirement. We've turned in all documents. And on October 2022, we publicly expressed our concern regarding the amount that a commercial kitchen remodel will cost more than $150,000. At this meeting, the council agreed to consider looking into the project on a case-by-case basis if more money is needed. We were concerned taking the loan would jeopardize our building refinance. So The city staff had a Zoom meeting with our SBA lender at that time. That was in January. We were told to prepare a PowerPoint presentation on our business to present to council so we can ask, for your consideration on the February 6th meeting. Thursday prior to the meeting, we were then told that the program is going to be recommended to change. We were told we can either, sign the current program or, apply to the new program and risk possibly not receiving anything. We feel at that, at that point, it's been unfair for us. We pushed off to the second phase and wait even longer than we already have. It's become obvious to us that even though the council agreed considering the loan on a case-by-case basis, it's just it would be difficult to make that happen at this time, to seek additional funds from the city. Our underwriter, our SBA underwriter pretty much has everything ready and it's pending the city loan to get us to the next step. Also, our attorney viewed the contract. We did receive the contract. And our attorney reviewed the contract and recommended that we hold off on signing because in the contract, he did let us know there's a lot of, red flags and it's kind of one-sided in favor of the city. And, we're just pretty much just hoping that the council can take into consideration the contract. If you guys looked at the contract, if you guys take into consideration that what's in there and, if we can come to a more fair agreement inside of the contract. We hope the council takes that consideration and again, we meet all requirements and, we're just waiting for this loan.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
Yes, the next speaker is Priscilla Jones.
Hello. First and foremost, we'd like to again express our gratitude to the city and council for extending this opportunity to small businesses like us. I plan on coming today to highlight some of the many red flags in the contract, as my husband stated, and I can share or present those if needed. And we're not sure again if the council has had the chance to view the actual contract, but it is very one-sided and unfair to the small businesses that this program is supposed to be supporting. And we just wanted to ask if the council has had the chance to review the current contract and if there's a possibility that the terminology can be modified to be more fair. In the initial guidelines that were handed out in section 3.1, paragraph 2, it's kind of misleading and the contract that we received contradicts what is said in that. As my husband stated earlier, we have met every requirement and have been here since the beginning of the program, patiently waiting while the kinks are worked out. So we're asking if we can be grandfathered in under the current program, even if things change, because we have been very patient. It was a hope of ours to ask the council to approve a $300,000 contract simply because we know that the funds were going to be recycled and we would much rather our money and interest stay with the city to help other businesses than go to the SBA lender. And the 2% interest rate, it will be very helpful as a startup. The costs have already been way over what we had initially budgeted. So we're pushing through, but we wanted to know if there is a possibility to consider for a higher loan amount. It's become very unclear where we stand, and we just wanted to clarify that tonight. We need to accurately report back to our SBA lender, and they're ready to go. I have wiring information like ready to send off to them tomorrow if we need to. We're just trying to figure out the best way to navigate this process so we can get our doors open in Hollister. And if the city can't make the contract fair, we will be forced to look at other options, not only for our business, but for our downtown building as well. We do have big plans for our storefront downtown, and we do look forward to opening this storefront, bringing a new family-friendly place to San Benito Street. And if you're not familiar with our building, we purchased the building where that new mural is right across from Vets Hall. So we are central to everything, but we can't do it without the help and support of the city. And our storefront is depending on this funding at this point. So we just really You know, it's been a very long road and it's very frustrating, and we're completely self-funded. Our business holds no debt. This city loan will be something that the SBA lender will look at, and they're gonna fund the other 150,000 if we can't push for the 300, which we understand. But it's just something that we need clarification on, and we just feel like it's not fair to have to wait and go through to this next phase while we've been here this whole time and met everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Those are all of the public speakers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, what? Are we taking any action tonight, or is this just informational?
You're just going to give direction if council has direction. And that would be by consensus. There's no need for a vote.
Okay. David, you were going to give us some, you know.
Yeah, Paul, could you bring the presentation back up? I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so in going through the analysis, I think I'm hearing two things, right? We've got, well, three. You've got someone that has an existing loan already that went through the process back November, December is when that loan was funded. And then we have the folks that have spoke this evening, as well as, you know, one other applicant that chose to go the other direction when there was the discussion at the last meeting of a second grant or second loan program. In digging in and, you know, as I was assigned this project, I jumped in to start digging and learning and trying to ensure we could answer these kind of questions. Is, you know, we're going to be the ones recommending to loan the city's limited and very valuable resources out, as well as how do we recoup them. I think if we're looking back and looking at the intent of the program, and we did have some shifting from the grants to loans, I think with rescue plan dollars, you can do grants. It's a much simpler process. I have operated grant programs for the last 20 years. Our finance director who spoke earlier, he has done the same. And so I think there is the ability to come back with a grant program that would probably meet the needs that the desires of the council, as well as be much less burdensome and actually get dollars into the hands of the businesses. And then we could shape it around, you know, what we've heard before. You know, is there a downtown priority, those type of things, or is there a focus on certain areas that the council would like to see, you know, facade improvements, different type of things. We can score those and rank those accordingly, different, like with priorities and whatnot. So if I were looking at it and going through with the intention of the program, the way it is currently crafted, I do not see it. I see it as it's just not going to work as intended. It simply will not. And I'd rather get in front of that rather than get down a path that leads to much more disappointment and frustration and confusion. In order to make it work, it would need considerable tweaks. And so I would say if we're looking at next steps, there's two ways you could go. We could get direction to completely reboot this thing, and that could be higher interest rates, a partner, all of that, which I think we've heard at the last council meeting, there wasn't a desire on those rates. Or to shift and sunset the loan program and then take it and come back with a business grant program that I would call maybe, you know, 90% plans where we could bring some items for discussion that you could give direction on and then come back and bring the program forward.
And when you say sunset, would we, applications that are in that you're already working with, it kind of be grandfathered in and worked on, or?
I think that would be the direction of the.
So we'd still be considering those, the ones that are already in, so they wouldn't be shut out.
I think that would be something we would entertain from direction of the council.
Back and talk about it.
I think if we do, though, there are items that, you know, have been brought forward today that are still relevant, whether you're doing one loan or 20.
Sure.
And I think we would want to consider those through the underwriting process. And then you heard concerns from the applicant about their concerns with the contract. And so I think I think those items will still linger irregardless of which direction you go.
Thank you. Okay, just remind me again. So we've got one that's already been approved, right?
That is correct. And the
They're
business is
funded,
open.
they're open, they're approved. How many more are in the pipeline, so to speak?
So you have one from the folks that spoke this evening. They
Okay.
mentioned it. And then the other one was, basically we had, I'll take it a step back. We had 4 complete, applications. You still got an underwriting process where we may come back and ask for additional documentation. We had 4. One that's funded, one that was just ineligible. It completed everything, but it was ineligible. And then the final 2. When I got asked to step in, that's when we had the discussion and our public speakers referenced it, where it was the council is going to be considering changes to the program. There is a program that's existing. You have the opportunity to proceed forward with it, or they may make changes, right? And so it was at that point, I felt it was the most fair because up for consideration were changes of the program, including 2% to 4% interest. And so essentially the way that I looked at it from a stewardship perspective and partnership was, if you have an application sitting there and you're finalizing a process and there's the opportunity to proceed down that path, that's one thing. But to look at the change that was mentioned of going to 300,000, well, the direction was to come back, and I think that's where some of the confusion lies, with changes to the program that we heard up here. More businesses, not just downtown. So the going to 300,000 was coupled with a handful of other recommendations. So essentially what the offer was made to both businesses was, hey, this is what's up for consideration. You've got an application that's already going through the process. You could choose to go down this path, or you could see how Monday night plays out. One chose to go down the path, the other chose to wait and go for round 2. So technically the one that waited and went for round 2 is waiting.
Okay,
Whereas,
so it's just the Baylor, it's just churros.
that is correct.
Okay, we could, as an option, just to not get in the business of being a bank at all, we could probably grant the Baylor the money that they've gotten. We could grant them the money, and then we can just start over with the grant process for the rest of the money, if we chose to, right? That's an option.
I would want to defer to legal.
I think as a part of that consideration, you have another loan out there as well, right? Or is that the Baylor loan? Okay, so you are talking about making that entire amount the grant and then a similar amount for the churro business, and then taking a grant program and doing the same amount for every other business that applies?
No, I don't know what that would look like. I'm just saying to make good with these 2 businesses that have been with us from the very beginning, we could make that determination. And then we could just.
Yeah, I think you could give that direction. I would want to look to make sure legally we aren't
Yeah,
putting the
course.
city
I'm
at
just thinking
risk.
that might be another option.
So can we maybe have you look at those things and maybe we can come back and talk more about it and you can bring more info.
I could do that if that's council's direction.
Yeah, and then you can do more, David, on what you.
No, that's
Okay.
just fine. So we could bring that back for the next meeting, which is March 6th. And then as far as the loan program itself and looking at, we did have it out there that we're looking at the 27th to launch. I would want to receive some sort of direction if possible, if it's the will of the council to say, we're going to figure out over here to make this right, or to come up with an amicable solution. However, we're not in the business of loans going forward. Then what I would look for is direction to come back at the next meeting at the 6th to formally sunset the program via resolution. and then come back at the meeting following, which I believe is the 20th for a discussion on a grant program, if that was the desire of the council.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So I think there's 3 applicants, right? So it's the one that's already funded, Churros, and then the third that decided to wait, that was
is
here. So it's not 2, it would be 3. So discussions on how to kind of like close that and then sunset the loan program, bring it back as grant, and then with whatever requirements you'd recommend.
Okay. Yes, you were correct. One technically said I'll go into the next round, but may have made a different decision had, they known how all of this would end up playing out.
Right. So we're good.
Do we need a motion or is that?
No, just direction.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on to reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Do you want to start, Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a report from the Intergovernmental Committee. Hazel Hawkins Hospital did come to the last Intergovernmental Committee. They had their consultants there. Basically, from what I can tell, they gave us a synopsis of where they're currently at. They said a couple of things. They're not financial viable to continue on their own without either getting a partner or selling the hospital. They said that that's what their focus is right now, to look for a partner or to look to sell the hospital. And then the other part of that was that they had enough money right as of now to stay open until April. And if they did not get any more money from anybody else, they would start closing the hospital in April. And that would ultimately end, that process would end in July. I requested that the Intergovernmental Committee write a letter just so that we can bring that information back to our prospective agencies. I requested that they explain what the Intergovernmental Committee is and give that to the press so that everybody knows. I do think that's the most appropriate place for Hazel Hawkins to continue meeting. We've got City of San Juan, City of Hollister, San Bernardino County there. And then we left off at asking them to come back within 2 weeks with a more of a bit of a formal business plan. Some of the supervisors were very concerned that there's not an actual business plan. And I heard Supervisor Kuros say that there's has to be a risk versus reward. And she wants to see the numbers before considering giving them any more money, that it's going to be a viable solution, not just to continue their runway, but she wants to see an actual plan. So that's what I got from that meeting. And I'm looking forward to meeting with them again in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Councilmember Chris. Vice Mayor?
Nothing to report.
Okay, so had a few committee meetings. Fire Protection Committee, we elected officers. We got a highlight from the chief about forming a countywide fire protection district and talked about doing an updated feasibility study. So that's that meeting. I also attended COG. We had our first meeting where we elected officers again, and we're going to be having a board retreat soon to do some goal setting for the year. I did bring up to the executive director that there's been a number of complaints about the railroad crossing work that was done recently, about people's cars catching air, I think is the words that are using as they go over them. So Director Abraham is following up with Union Pacific on that issue. With regard to intergovernmental, I sit on the committee as well. And to add on to what Councilmember Resendez was saying, I have been fairly close involved with this and in close contact with the CEO, just trying to keep up to speed because things are changing on a daily basis. And so we did have the presentation by their consultants. It's B. Riley Corp., which is a NASDAQ company, and they have an advisory practice that helps healthcare and other organizations that are in financial crisis. So I know they've been working with the hospital to cut expenses, review and improve their billing processes. And also the hospital's been interacting with state and federal officials for support and funding opportunities. So what they reported in our intergovernmental is that in December, the hospital had a negative cash flow, like 500,000, that was their position. But after a couple of months of the work that they've been doing to cut costs and look for funding, they have actually, they're in a positive $5 million position, which will take them through, as council member said, through April. So they are good through April, and they're continuing to work on improving their numbers and extending the runway, which is what they like to say, to keep those doors open. I know that in recent conversation with the CEO, she said there is some other possible funding that they may be getting in June, and it may carry them through the summer. So that's a potential. It's not for sure, but that leaves them with this gap of about a month that we may need to look at whether or not we can help support them get through that, because they've got, according to my things here, lose my place. Okay, there we are. So I know that they've been actively seeking partnership and or sale, and they've had 7 different organizations that have come and toured the hospital and indicated interest, and they've actually signed non-disclosure agreements with the hospital. So they are in discussions. So they can't really disclose any of that yet, but if it proceeds, I'm sure we'll be hearing more. And I know there's been concern and a lot of statements made about deep cuts being needed. And one of the things that the hospital attorney did tell us during the meeting is that they are in negotiation and mediation right now, and they can't really discuss those things. So they are going on, there are discussions, and they are looking at that, but it can't be disclosed right now until it's ready to be done publicly. So there's that. I think that's it for committees. So let's head on to informational reports. Start with you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of time, I'll cut my list in half. So to begin with, I will not be able to attend the workshop on the 24th. Unfortunately, I have a work commitment that I need to be at. So I'll look forward to watching the video of what transpires there. Would like to get an idea of some sort of a shade plan for Las Brisas Park. Unfortunately, as a result of the recent storms, one tree came down, hit a truck, and as I count, 6 trees were removed from the park. I don't know if they were diseased or dead, but unfortunately, summer is coming sooner than we anticipate, and there's literally no shade for that park at this point. And even planting trees is probably a 7 to 10 year deal. So if we've got funding, we need some shade structures at Las Brisas Park off of Clearview. Also would like to recommend or request this council authorize a proclamation recognizing Bill's Bullpen for 35 years of business and service to our community. I would also like to know what the current process is for proclamations and resolutions. I've checked the Muni code. I couldn't find anything there. I'm assuming it's in some policy somewhere. Having said that, I'm familiar with other jurisdictions where the requester often is the reader of the proclamation or resolution as well. And so I know that since I've been on council, it's been a duty assigned to the mayor, but I think there'd be a value in sharing that responsibility. I would ask that our police department provide us with some research on flock cameras. I understand that they're about $2,500 a piece, or about $250 to install, one-time installation fee. The cities of Morgan Hill and Campbell have or are installing several of them in their cities. They read license plates and they follow vehicles. And I would love for us to look at that, because we have limited resources in our police department. And if we can eliminate crime through technology, why wouldn't we consider that? So also would like to ask that when we get a proposal from ShotSpotter, we get a secondary proposal to put ShotSpotter specifically at all of our school locations. I think that, I heard Council Member Resendez talk about the traffic calming measures on Buena Vista. And so I think that aligns directly with our children in our schools. I would like to request council authorize the city to move forward with a fee study, whether it be for code enforcement, whether it be for our fire investigations, Fire Prevention Bureau, and any other planning, obviously, from tonight's conversation. That could take 3 to 6 months and could cost easily $100,000. And so I believe that's something that we need to do. It's investing in our future. And then finally, I wanted to bring up, it's my understanding that this city has in the past funded a committee that is a committee on aging. That's a combination, if I understand it correctly, of Santa Cruz County, San Benito County, and Monterey County. Past years, there's been an annual contribution of $10,000, which was reduced to $9,500. And it's my understanding that the city has not contributed for the previous 2 years. I don't know what was the consequence of that, but I'd like to know more about that. And if we've committed to it, then I think we owe it and we should pay it. Thank you. That completes my comments for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to see an item be brought back. This is something that we had tried to accomplish when Marty Richmond was alive, about the city council adopting the final tentative maps, not the planning commission. So I'd like to see that come back. Development is a huge concern here. And if we're going to give the planning commission the authority to approve that, it could lead to a bunch of trouble, and we should probably accept the responsibility of that. So I'd like to see that come back. Biker rally, I'm afraid that if we don't have this conversation, it's just going to fall off. So I want to see us talk about the biker rally within the next council meeting. With the ribbon cutting for Lad Lane, is that something we can give direction to the staff with general consensus, city attorney, or is that something we need to agendize? I don't feel like it's something we should agendize.
You don't need to agendize it, but you would give the direction to the assistant city manager, and then
Okay,
he
so-
would work with his staff.
So then I guess I would like for us to consider getting a consensus for that. I think it'd be, again, making lemons into lemonade. We already know what that street was known for nationally. Let's go out there and have a little celebration, ribbon cutting with our kids, and give away some free bikes. If we can't get a general consensus to do that, then I'd like to agendize it for a discussion item. There's an assembly bill that was passed. It's AB 2504 that requires California Commission on Peace offer standards of training to develop a course of training for California peace officers and dispatchers on issues related to sexual orientation and gender identity differences in order to create a more inclusive workplace and improve law enforcement effectiveness in serving the LGBT plus community. Assemblymember Evan Lowe was the one who authored and brought that to the state. I just want to see if we have not had that training, which it's required by state law, if we can do it. And also I'm thinking if the sheriff's department hasn't had that law, maybe we can partner with them and possibly share the cost. I think it just makes sense. I'm not interested in coming to the strategic plan meeting on the 25th if not everybody's gonna be here. So I'd like to reschedule that meeting. I think we all need to be here for something that's so important. We're having staff do it now. Is that correct? It's not the consultant?
That is correct.
All right, so I'm sorry to inconvenience the staff, but I think that we really should reschedule that. And if not everybody's going to be here, I'm not going to be here either. I wanted to say that it's nice to have all of the executive directors here because we have questions sometimes that can't be answered. And Councilmember Tim Burns made this request a while ago. So it's nice to see them. Tina's always here. She's online tonight. Thank you, Tina, for that. And I would suggest that everybody is here so that we can ask them questions at the meetings. We don't get to see you much, so I appreciate you being here. I'm wondering if we're still doing the 5-minute presentations. We don't need to know the formula on how they got to this and that. Just, we have to keep the information a little bit more clear and concise and accurate, please. If we could just remind presenters of that, because then we're here pretty late. And then finally, it's my understanding that a couple of the one of the council members and the mayor went over the allotted funds for training. I saw that the policy was brought back. I'd like to have that up for a discussion. I'd like for us to, we've had problems with this before with the policy, and I just like to see what have we done in the past and how could we address this moving forward. So I'd like to have that brought back for an item discussion. Thanks.
Councilmember Perez.
Um, First and foremost, Bulldog Boxing, they're open. Oh, I stole yours, huh?
You did.
Ah.
It's okay, I got more.
Um, Good, because I can't find them. Yeah, I am still want to hear something back on the tree program. You know, I know on Tiffany and Seventh, they took out every single tree on Seventh and Tiffany Drive on this property. And it's happened before it now, and there it also happened on Fifth and Powell. I mean, there's like 6, 7 trees on each property that are gone, and there's nothing. We haven't been replacing any trees, so I'm going to keep harping on that till something gets done. Friday's the 1-year anniversary, unfortunately, about Ukraine going to war. We might need to get a new flag out there. It's kind of faded. Council pay. I'd like to bring up council pay if we get consensus on that. You know, they were talking about the gateway project on Graf and San Juan. I'd like for us to keep an eye out for some type of grants for that bridge. We need to do something because the 4th Street Bridge by Brigantino. Eventually, we're gonna have to do something with that. That's 2 lanes coming in and out. And if we're gonna use Brigantino Park, it's not gonna be safe. Just something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I need to verify. I've been told that that's technically in
Oh,
the
is it?
county. And then the parks on the other side is in the city. Because I had the same question when I first started. So I will verify and send a update back to council on that.
Oh, thanks for educating me. And also, maybe we can start working on something with our legal team for beautifying Hollister's downtown businesses and empty lots to get people incentives to not just let their buildings sit there or their fields sit there and do nothing. I'd like to see more businesses come downtown, but we also need to dress up our downtown. And that's it.
Councilman.
Thank you. So I'll start with my supports. I support the tree program and then downtown beautification, the lots. For the strategic plan or priority setting meeting, I think for those who want to attend, let them attend because we should have started this process in November and that includes our budget process. And now it's mid-February. We're going to be approving the budget the day before, like we did last year. So I think whoever shows up, great. And then if those are the priorities that are set forth by the council, then, but I want to show up and I think it's a priority and whoever shows up, great. And whoever doesn't, fine. I agree that we need to have conversations about the biker rally. Agree about Bill's open for, I believe it's 32 years. I don't know if the city attorney has already done a presentation on the new laws that are impacting city operations. So I'd like to see a presentation on that. And then what is the work plan to get those in place? Work plan and timelines. I would like to bring back the city council training line item. I did request a copy of all the policies and nowhere did I read anything about a 2,500 limitation, which means that a city council member would only be eligible for 1 training a fiscal year. I'm supportive of the council member pay. And I also want to just take a second to read some acknowledgements that were done by that are from our community about Hollister High School. They finished 11th out of 62 of all the high schools overall for the CCS championship. Junior Arthur Para finished 4th overall in the 120 weight class. Sophomore Aaron Rodriguez finished 4th overall in the 126 weight class. Junior Josea Escalante Aaron finished first overall in the 285 weight class and is qualified to compete at the state championships. Junior Isabella Perez finished third overall in the 235 weight class and is qualified to compete at the state championships. And I just want to take a moment to congratulate them and for representing us at the state level.
Okay, well, to start with, I just wanted to say a very big thank you to Miss Tiller's fourth grade class at Sacred Heart School. They had a project for civic engagement and they sent me this wonderful book and they had letters and pictures. So thank you. Last week I had a meeting with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren to talk about Hollister's issues and priorities. Sorry, I'm getting tired. She was really supportive and is willing to help us with letters of recommendation for grants, and also is going to follow up on a number of items for us. So it was great to sit with her and talk about Hollister. I also had a touch base meeting with Andres Rodriguez from Assemblyman Robert Rivas's office to also talk about issues and priorities. Again, he offered great support and is willing to help us however they can. And kind of in line with that, I did have a meeting with Gina Arnold, who's our PG&E rep. She gave me an update on the issues around power and our substation. And we discussed the timing that's involved from the project when you submit an application to actually receiving your power and the delay and the concerns that the city has. And actually, I did speak with the Congresswoman about this and she's going to lend her voice as well. But I'm wondering if we shouldn't write some kind of a letter to PG&E kind of outlining our issues, because when it takes a long time to get to a shovel ready point and then you have to wait additional years because PG&E, for them to supply power, it sort of really draws that out. So it might be worth doing. When you mentioned Bulldog boxing, I had a meeting this morning with 4 of our local feral cat trappers who volunteer. They asked to meet with me. They've been doing this for a long time in the community, many, many years. And they're really concerned because they're seeing a lot of pregnant cats already. And it looks as there's going to be a huge population boom for our feral cats here. So they are asking if the city might consider funding 2 additional clinics in March to try to get ahead of this before it gets out of hand. They do a lot of work with local vets, and they do know of a couple of vets here that might be willing to take on doing those 2 additional clinics. And I did speak with the chief, and he may have something to add here. I know SNP bus is booked up, so we need to find something else. I think that one of the vets they mentioned is already doing some work with the animal shelter. My guess in talking with them is that the cost for each clinic would be somewhere in the $3,000 to $5,000 range. So I'm asking if we could bring this back to council, if they can provide estimates, and they would be doing the work of trapping the animals and bringing them to the vets and sort of helping out the animal shelter, to do that process. But Chief, did you want to add anything? You had some thoughts about the funding and.
I think that if that's the direction of the council, we could meet with these people and our animal control staff. And I think that we should include legal as well if there's any issues there with contracting with these individuals or the veterinarians directly. But I think that we should have a more detailed discussion and maybe come back to council if you like.
They said they would be willing to come in and talk to council and just talk about some of the numbers and what they're seeing and get some kind of an idea from the veterinarians what they would charge for something like that, if that's the will of the council. So to do that.
Might I suggest that you and I be in on that meeting since we're on the animal control ad hoc committee as well?
You want to do it at the animal hut? We haven't set that up yet. I know they're working on trying to find a time, but do we want to do it that route or do we?
I think it's good because I want to see more public involvement in the ad hoc.
Oh, yeah.
So if we can sit down with them now and then build a partnership with them, I think that's going to be good for the report. And moving forward, we can get them involved in all the other meetings.
Right. And I
Yeah.
did mention that we have this established and they are all interested in participating. My thing is that time is of the essence with this because kitten season is fast approaching. And if we don't do something within the next month, it's going to be too late. So that was the push.
Yeah,
for-
my
for
understanding
getting
is
something
March
started.
is kitten season anyway, so it would be good to talk to them with our animal control staff, see if this is what indicators are that this is any different from any other year.
Mhm.
And then, and what they are proposing, and then come back to council sooner rather than later, because if you do want to do something, you're right, we need to do
Well,
it
with our
quickly.
meetings being in between, few and far between, it'll be the end of March before we know it. So, yes.
Mayor, one quick question.
Sure.
Are we gonna reach out to the county since they partially contribute as well? Or are you talking about a program that would only be done within the city of
No,
Hollister?
I think that Chief, you had some thoughts about that, right?
I think that once we report back, and if it's the will of the council to fund this, that the most appropriate way would be to supplementarily appropriate the budget of the animal control and pay it through that, because the county pays 55% of the costs. So a lot of these feral cats, the majority of which are actually in the county.
It's like 80%.
And yeah, 80%. So it would be a way to solve the issue, or try to solve the issue, and then share the cost as well.
And if I could make a recommendation for this to be an agenda item, because members of the public might be interested in this
Absolutely.
conversation.
Mhm. So we can perhaps, as we have consensus, to bring that back to the next meeting and have it on the agenda, and I guess we can contact them to see if they'll come in to speak. Is that all right? All good? Okay. And that's all I had.
Okay,
Alright.
so I'm gonna just
You know,
go
through.
back and see what
Sounds
we have
good.
consensus on. We've got a decent list here, so 35-year proclamation for Bill's bullpen.
Sure. 35.
Yeah, he said he was 87 as well, so.
Mhm.
Started in 1987, not 87 years old. Bringing back a process for proclamations and who presents. We'll do some research. If something exists, then we'll share it. If not, then would you like us to bring something back to the council? Flock camera presentation. So is that
Can I add something?
yeah. Yes,
Can
please.
I add, actually, Flock, I've been in contact with them. They're one of the companies that are competitor to ShotSpotter. They have a system called the Raven system. So I've already have a quote from them to provide the same services as ShotSpotter, and that's going to be part of my presentation. You are right that they do have license plate reading cameras as part of their system. They are $3,000 each, $250 for installation. And I can either have them present here similar to what ShotSpotter did, if the council likes, or I can just include their information in the report that I was going to bring back to council.
I'd be interested in seeing a report from them, a presentation.
Okay. And then fee study for planning, code and fire. We are doing some work on fee studies in certain areas, so I'll review and provide an update on what's being studied and what could be, and send an update on that. I believe Councilmember Burns, it's the Area Agency on Aging, AAA. Okay, so we can provide an update on when the last time it was funded and a status. And then I can also bring it back if there's consensus to bring it back or include it in the budget process.
My only concern is if we had made a financial commitment to pay them for the previous 2 years and we did not, I don't recall this council not authorizing that, but I don't recall it authorizing either.
Okay.
So if we said to them, we're going to fund it,
well, we're gonna contribute this much money. And I think we need to deal with that in now and budget. The world count.
Yeah, we'll definitely go back and look at how it was presented and what was approved and provide an update. A policy for, or asking the council to look at adopting, being the final approval of, final tentative maps. Is that a yes, Councilmember Perez? Okay, so I have consensus there. Bringing the biker rally back, on a soon to be published agenda. I'll work with the chief to see it as quick as possible, so. That's something. Yeah, we'll bring it to the next one.
I do have one question, and I know that I heard the chief's thoughts on this already, so, one of the questions I would ask them would be prepared to know what it would cost to fence off the downtown Bedford. Because I know that it would be expensive, but I also know if you were to do that, you charge an entrance fee. And so rather than just keep it further down, it may be feasible, it may not be, but until we know, we don't know. And so I don't know what that would take to go out and have maybe somebody from public works measure the areas or scan it up, because if we don't do something soon, we're gonna be in the same boat we have been every year at the council, which is at the last minute to no go. And so for me, I'd like to know that in advance, wait 2 weeks and ask that.
I would just ask William, do you think that's enough time that if we come back on the 6th? So I'd be looking to you to help gather that quote information.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Lad Lane ribbon cutting.
No.
AB 2504.
Hang on a second,
Yes,
point of
please.
order. I asked for two things. If we don't get consensus to direct staff, to direct staff to do something is 3 people, I believe, right? Like a proclamation. But if we have 2 people agreeing to it, then that allows it to come back as an agenda item for discussion, does it not?
No, consensus is 3 people. That's the advice we've given. Consensus is 3. I have never seen a policy where it said to put an agenda item on is 2 people is consensus, but I've heard direction from this council to bring back a policy on how to place things on the agenda.
What does our current policy say?
You don't have one.
Okay.
So the AB 2504 peace officer training. We will work with the chief on that. If it is, something required in state law, then, we're certainly going to take a look and we'll report back to council on where that's at and provide an update.
Yeah, and it is required. So I'll work with you and chief.
The rescheduling of this Saturday's council goal setting meeting.
So I feel like if the mayor can go to Washington, DC and reschedule it by herself, one person, then we should take into consideration that another person has a reason that they can't be here. And I would like for us to consider moving it over maybe another week, so it's not that far out, so that everybody can be there together. That's my request for the council.
I can't make that one. Next weekend. I planned for this right. So next weekend is I'm already scheduled 2 weeks out.
So then can we do it another weekend where we can all be here?
how many plans are we changing for? I mean, if it's, I mean, she went to go see the president. I mean, or stand in the room and see
My
the.
conference got delayed because
Yeah.
there was a.
I mean, it's
I
a-
think this,
invitation
I
from
think this is the
President of
third
United
time.
States. So, yeah.
I think this is the third time that we're gonna reschedule it. That we have an official date, if that's okay. So I'm willing to open my calendar and to commit to something, and hopefully we can all make it to that. So then the next one would be March 11th, Councilmember Perez.
Yep. It should be clear.
One thing that if we're going to entertain looking at other dates, another thing we can do is work with the staff to
Yeah.
look, and see what options they have. I know that some have had childcare,
I know.
scheduling conflicts and travel. And so we could put together a handful of options in the very near certain future and send out a doodle poll or something to
Understandably.
that.
Sure.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you
I,
for doing that.
go ahead. You done?
I was just saying thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I'd like to see this happen as soon as possible, but at the same time, it's like, it's not just us five. There's how many other people? I mean, we can set the date and stuff, but it's like, not to inconvenience the staff, but it's like, I appreciate all the work that staff does for us. And, just keep changing the dates on them is not fair either. So, yeah.
I would just ask if the council's amenable to like an off Monday instead of, the Saturday. Or an off, weekday, but we're kind of in a rhythm of every other Monday. And so we could put something out. I don't know if there's other conflicts out there.
Don't book the Girl Scouts evening on that Monday that they're gonna be here, so skip that date.
We'll get something out tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Training, the policy for council member training / conference, coming back with an official policy or an update to the travel policy. I think
Yes.
where that confusion may lie in the $2,500 is that's what was appropriated during the budget process. And so it isn't spoken to directly in the travel policy per se,
Okay.
but it was what was budgeted for
And,
the year. So
Can you clarify for me? Because one of the things the city manager and I had talked about is that each council member has some discretionary funding and that that can be used for if it goes over the 2,500 limit.
On the travel.
And the 2,500 limit, I don't know how old that is, but inflation, and I think that should be looked at too.
yeah, $2,500. I'm sorry.
No, that's a good point. I think we did talk about that at the budget meeting, that what it was, that discretionary money was to be used for, and it wasn't to take trips to Washington DC. So if you can watch the video on that and bring it back, that'd be very helpful.
Actually, I think that to clarify, as mayor, part of my job is to interact regionally and federally, at the federal level. And that's part of what happened at this conference. It wasn't just a training or something. There was more to it than that. And I think that's part of my actual duties. So I think that might fall under discretionary.
Yes. So just to clarify, we do have consensus to bring it back. I'd like to just verify. Ukrainian flag, I believe we do have another one ready to go.
Good.
And so the windstorm wreaked some havoc on the existing one and a little sun faded. So if not, we'll get one. But I believe we have one. Council pay. So I heard looking at council pay. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Directing council to look at options for beautifying the empty lots downtown.
Yes. Yeah. Well, this way we'd have to talk to the owners we have to come up with some type of policy to get them to start.
Is that a beautification or is that a blight ordinance?
Just
Yeah.
like one thing at a time. I think
Yeah, right.
we're gonna get into another loan situation. Like, I'm not entirely opposed to it, but can we just hold off on that? I would say maybe bring it back some other time. So as of right now, I'm gonna say no, I'll be honest.
I'd like to discuss it, but not necessarily beautification. I think it has to be a bigger conversation and,
Well,
you
see,
know.
we can call it whatever you want. It's just getting
Looking at
people.
the
Yeah.
problems with the empty. Yeah, I agree. with
Yeah,
that.
and just as a reminder, this is a time for yeses and nos because the public is going to be really interested in a lot of these discussions and for Brown Act purposes.
Gotcha.
If we're going to have discussions, they really should be agendized.
Okay, yes, then.
Then the last that I need consensus is the feral cats, but I think I heard consensus. I just want to make sure that
Yes.
working with the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, I think we
Faster.
wanted
I'm
to bring
sorry.
it back at the next meeting if we
Okay.
can. Yeah.
That is the end of my report.
Okay, city attorney,
Nothing to report.
city clerk.
Mayor Casey and council, I do have two items. I was contacted this week by the Girl Scouts of San Benito. They reached out to request a proclamation to recognize Girl Scout Week, which is March 12th through 18th. And if there is consensus to add that to the March 12th agenda, they did provide a draft proclamation. Okay. And the other one I was reached out to by Aviation Across America, who requested a proclamation to declare a General Aviation Appreciation Month in Hollister. And so if there's
Cool.
consensus that the Aviation Across America, they said it's not necessarily time sensitive, but, and I can, we can bring that forward. I can bring the draft one if you're interested.
Or maybe table and bring it back. So we don't get too many proclamations at once.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, police chief.
Nothing to report.
Okay, unfinished business updates on city council projects, city manager.
Nothing to report.
Okay, no new business. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So
Come on. Second,
Second,
all in favor?
aye.
All right. Motion carries. I know, right?